Hello, beautiful people. You've just landed on HP Story. Today's featured story is What If Bellatrix Was Reformed and Raised Harry and Hermione with Andromeda? If you're new here, welcome to the family. Hit subscribe and the notification bell. And if you're returning, you know the drill, like and share. Enough talk, let's get into the story. Chapter 1. The sisters' Black Harry ducked just in time as a jet of red light sailed over his head, missing him by inches. The spell smashed into a tree behind him, leaving a scorch mark on the bark. Too slow! Bellatrix called, a wild grin spreading across her face. If that had been a real fight, you'd be unconscious right now. Remember what I told you, never stand still, always be moving. Harry finished, already darting to his right. 10-year-old Harry Potter had learned this lesson through countless scrapes and bruises over the years. His Aunt Bella didn't believe in coddling when it came to defensive magic. Even though they were just practicing with harmless stinging hexes and mild stunning spells, she insisted on treating each session like their lives depended on it. Because someday, she always reminded them, they might. Hermione! Support your brother! Bellatrix shouted, turning her wand toward the bushy-haired girl crouching behind a fallen log. Hermione Granger, also 10, popped up without hesitation. Protego! She called out, her wand movement precise despite her young age. A shimmer of magical energy formed between Harry and Bellatrix, deflecting the older witch's next spell. Good! But don't just defend, strike back! Bellatrix launched another spell, this one causing the ground near Hermione's feet to explode in a shower of dirt. Hermione yelped but kept her focus. While maintaining her shield charm with her left hand, a trick Bella had taught her that most adult wizards couldn't manage, she pointed her practice wand with her right. Expelliarmus! The disarming charm wasn't strong enough to actually separate Bellatrix from her wand, but the witch nodded approvingly at the attempt. Better. Harry, she's covering you, what's your move? Harry had already circled to Bellatrix's side. Petrificus totalis, he shouted, putting every bit of his concentration into the full-body bind. Bellatrix spun, deflecting the spell with a casual flick of her wand, but her dark eyes sparkled with pride. Almost had me that time. Your aim is improving. I nearly got you last week. Harry reminded her, breathing hard but grinning. You caught me sneezing. Bellatrix scoffed, but her tone was playful. She tucked a wild strand of black hair behind her ear. One more round, then that's enough for today. Came a firm voice from the edge of the clearing. Andromeda Tonks stood with arms crossed, looking remarkably like her sister except for her softer expression and lighter brown hair. The resemblance between the Black sisters was always most apparent when they were annoyed. We were just getting to the good part, Bellatrix complained, but she lowered her wand. The good part? Andromeda raised an eyebrow. You mean where you start throwing hexes that leave them bruised for days? They're children, Bella. They're fighters, Bellatrix corrected, but she signaled the end of practice to Harry and Hermione. And they need to be ready. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. They were used to this particular argument. Aunt Andy wanted them to have normal childhoods. Aunt Bella insisted there was no such thing, not for Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and certainly not for any child under her protection. We don't mind, Harry said quickly. Honestly, Aunt Andy, it's fun. Fun shouldn't leave you with welts, Andromeda replied, examining a red mark on Harry's arm where a stinging hex had caught him earlier. Hermione was already putting away her practice wand in its special case. It doesn't hurt much, and Aunt Bella always heals us afterward. That's not the point, Andromeda sighed. Lunch is ready. Go wash up, both of you. As the children raced toward the house, a sprawling cottage nestled in an unplottable location in the Welsh countryside, the sisters lingered in the clearing. You're being too soft on them, Bellatrix said, all playfulness gone from her voice. You know what's out there. You know who's out there. Andromeda rubbed her temples. Most of your old friends are in Azkaban, Bella. The ones who aren't have publicly renounced the Dark Lord. Publicly, Bellatrix snorted. Like Lucius Bloody Malfoy. You think he's actually reformed? Please! And the Dark Lord isn't gone forever, you know what Dumbledore says. Must we have this conversation every week? Andromeda asked wearily. They're 10 years old. They should be playing with toys, not learning combat spells. Bellatrix's face darkened. When I was their age, Father was already teaching us curses that would make your hair curl. And look how well we turned out. Her laugh was brittle, almost manic. That's precisely my point. Andromeda replied softly. The tension between them crackled like static electricity. 9 years of raising Harry and Hermione together hadn't completely healed the rift between the sisters, a rift created when Andromeda had married Ted Tonks, a Muggle-born wizard, and been disowned by the Black family. Bellatrix had eventually followed a different path to disgrace, becoming a Death Eater before secretly turning spy for the Order of the Phoenix. Few knew the truth about her role in the war. To most of the wizarding world, her pardon after Voldemort's fall had been a shocking miscarriage of justice, bought with the Black family's remaining influence and gold. Only Dumbledore, a handful of Order members, and Andromeda knew the whole story. And sometimes, on days like today, even Andromeda wondered if her sister had truly left the darkness behind. I'm trying to protect them, Bellatrix said finally, her voice uncharacteristically quiet. In my own way. Andromeda's expression softened. I know. But they need more than combat training, Bella. They need normalcy too. There's nothing normal about their lives, Bellatrix pointed out. Harry's got a bloody lightning bolt on his head marking him for death, and Hermione, don't. Andromeda cut her off. Not today! Bellatrix shrugged, but didn't press the point. The circumstances of how Hermione had come into their care were still painful to discuss. A Death Eater attack on Muggleborns and their families in the chaotic days after Voldemort's fall. Bellatrix herself had found the toddler hiding in a closet while she was hunting down her former comrades, the girl's parents already dead. Fine. But we're still going to Diagon Alley today, yes? They need new books, and I want to check on something at Gringotts. Yes, but we're going as a normal family. Andromeda insisted. No checking for assassins behind every postbox, no interrogating shopkeepers, and absolutely no hexing anyone who looks at Harry's scar too long. You're taking all the fun out of it. Bellatrix grumbled, but she was smiling now, the tension broken. They walked together toward the cottage, where smoke curled invitingly from the chimney despite the warm summer day. From inside came the sound of children's laughter, punctuated by a crash and a yelp. Your turn to see what they've broken, Andromeda said. Your turn to fix it. Bellatrix countered, and they shared a rare moment of sisterly conspiracy before heading inside. Keep your heads down, Bellatrix murmured as they stepped out of the leaky cauldron into Diagon Alley. Harry pulled his cap lower, making sure it covered his scar. Next to him, Hermione straightened her back and lifted her chin. She didn't have a famous mark to hide, but she hated the way people stared at their strange family. Two notorious Black sisters, one supposedly reformed from her Death Eater past, raising the boy who lived alongside a Muggle-born girl? They might as well have worn signs saying, "Please gawk at us." Andromeda put a gentle hand on each child's shoulder. First stop, Flourish and Blots. Then Madame Malkin's for new robes. You've both grown at least 3 inches since winter. And Fortescue's for ice cream after, Bellatrix added. When Andromeda raised an eyebrow, she shrugged. What? I can be the fun aunt sometimes. As they made their way down the cobblestone street, Harry noticed a familiar pattern of reactions, double takes, whispers behind hands, parents pulling their children closer. After nearly 9 years, he was used to it, but that didn't make it any less annoying. Look, Hermione whispered, nudging him. Nimbus just released their new racing broom. Harry's eyes widened as he spotted the gleaming Nimbus 2000 displayed in the window of Quality Quidditch Supplies. A small crowd of children had gathered, pressing their noses against the glass. Can we look? He asked, already knowing the answer. After books, Andromeda promised. And don't even think about asking for one. You're not allowed brooms at Hogwarts until next year. If we even get into Hogwarts, Hermione said quietly. Harry frowned at her. Course we will. Our names have been down since we were born. Yes, but... She glanced at Bellatrix, who was scanning the crowd with narrowed eyes. Some people might not want me there. Or might not want us there because of family. Harry knew what she meant. Despite Andromeda's marriage to a Muggle-born and Bellatrix's supposed redemption, the Black family name still carried associations with pureblood supremacy. And Bellatrix's reputation in particular made people nervous. Anyone who doesn't want you at Hogwarts will have to deal with me, Harry declared, perhaps a bit louder than necessary. Bellatrix overheard and ruffled his perpetually messy black hair. That's my boy. Always ready for a fight. No one's fighting anyone. Andromeda cut in. Hogwarts will welcome you both with open arms. Now come on, before the bookshop gets too crowded. Flourish and Blotz was bustling with families shopping for summer reading. Harry and Hermione immediately split up, Harry heading for the Quidditch section, Hermione vanishing into the rows of academic texts. They had an agreement. Each could pick out 2 books of their own choosing, in addition to whatever educational materials Andromeda deemed necessary. Harry was flipping through Quidditch Through the Ages when he heard a familiar drawling voice. Father says they shouldn't even be allowed in public places. It's a disgrace to wizardkind. Draco Malfoy, his pointed face twisted in disdain, was holding court among several other children Harry vaguely recognized from pureblood gatherings. The Malfoy heir hadn't spotted Harry yet, partially hidden as he was behind a display. My mother won't even speak her name anymore, Draco continued. Says she's not really a Black, not after what she did. And taking in Potter and that mud, finish that word, Harry said coolly, stepping out from behind the shelves. And you'll be picking your teeth up off the floor. Draco spun around, his pale face flushing pink when he saw Harry. The other children backed away slightly. Everyone knew about the ongoing feud between Harry and Draco. Potter, Draco sneered. Where's your pet mudblood? Or your crazy guardian? I heard she practices unforgivables on you for fun. Harry's hand instinctively went to his pocket, where his practice wand sat. He couldn't do real magic yet, not officially, but Bellatrix had taught them several wandless tricks that didn't register with the Ministry's underage magic detectors. Better a crazy guardian than a father who had to buy his way out of Azkaban, Harry retorted. How much did it cost him to convince everyone he was under the Imperious Curse, Malfoy? Draco's face contorted with rage. Don't you dare talk about my father, you half-blood. Is there a problem here? Lucius Malfoy's silky voice cut through the tension. The tall, blonde wizard regarded Harry with cold gray eyes, his hand resting on his snake-headed cane, which Harry knew concealed his wand. No problem, Mr. Malfoy, Harry said, meeting the man's gaze directly. Bellatrix had taught him never to show fear to predators. Your son and I were just discussing family histories. Indeed. Lucius's lips curved in a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Fascinating subject. Perhaps we should include your guardians in this educational conversation. Where are the Black sisters today? As if summoned by her name, Bellatrix materialized at Harry's side, her hand settling protectively on his shoulder. Lucius, she said, her voice deceptively light. Still slithering about in polite society? How nice for you. The temperature in the shop seemed to drop several degrees. Customers nearby began edging away, sensing the dangerous undercurrents. Bellatrix, Lucius replied with a slight incline of his head. You're looking domestic. Motherhood suits you better than I would have expected. And freedom suits me better than Azkaban, she replied sweetly. Something you only managed through extraordinary amounts of galleons and groveling, as I recall. Lucius's grip tightened on his cane. Some of us had more to lose than others. Family, reputation, position. Integrity? Bellatrix suggested. Harry watched the exchange with fascination. This wasn't the wild-eyed, almost manic Bellatrix who trained them in the backyard. This was a different creature, coldly controlled, each word a precise cut. Come, Draco, Lucius said finally, his voice tight. We needn't waste time with questionable elements. As the Malfoys turned to leave, Hermione appeared with an armful of books. She took in the scene with one quick glance, then deliberately moved to stand beside Harry and Bellatrix. Lucius paused, his gaze falling on Hermione with undisguised distaste. "Ah, the Muggle-born. Still trying to prove your worth through excessive study? Some deficiencies can't be overcome with mere book learning, child. Some deficiencies can't be hidden by expensive robes or pure blood either, Mr. Malfoy," Hermione replied evenly. "Like basic human decency." Draco snickered but fell silent at a sharp look from his father. "You should teach your ward to mind her tongue," Lucius said to Bellatrix. "The world isn't always kind to outspoken Muggleborns." The threat hung in the air like poison gas. Harry felt Bellatrix's hand tighten painfully on his shoulder, her nails digging in through his shirt. "Is that a threat, Lucius?" she asked, her voice dangerously soft. "Merely an observation about our society," he replied smoothly. "Good day to you." As they swept away, Hermione let out a shaky breath. "That was unpleasant." "That was mild," Bellatrix corrected. "Lucius knows better than to make direct threats. He prefers working through intermediaries and proxies." She surveyed the children critically. "You both handled yourselves well. Remember their faces, the Malfoys and their ilk. They're dangerous not because they're powerful, but because they're connected. Bella, stop filling their heads with paranoia." Andromeda appeared with her own stack of books. "Did I miss something?" "Just a friendly chat with Lucius," Bellatrix said airily. "Catching up on old times." Andromeda's expression darkened. "What did he want?" "To intimidate the children. To remind me of my place. The usual." Bellatrix shrugged. "Nothing I couldn't handle." Andromeda looked like she wanted to pursue the matter further, but instead sighed and examined the books Hermione had selected. Advanced Magical Theory and a History of Magical Education? "Hermione, you don't need to read university-level texts before you've even started first year." "I want to be prepared," Hermione said defensively. "You'll be the most prepared student in the history of Hogwarts." Harry teased. "She's already read Hogwarts, a history 3 times. He added to Andromeda. 4 times. Hermione corrected. Bellatrix was still watching the direction the Malfoys had gone, her expression calculating. "Change of plans?" she announced suddenly. "Harry, give Andromeda your books. You two go on to Madame Mulkin's. Hermione and I need to make a quick stop at the apothecary." Andromeda gave her sister a sharp look. "Bella, perfectly innocent," Bellatrix assured her. "I just need to restock some potions ingredients," and Hermione wanted to ask about substitutions for newt eyes and basic healing potions. Harry knew this was a lie. They had plenty of potion supplies at home, and Bellatrix was more than capable of brewing anything they needed. But he also knew that arguing would be pointless. "Meet us at Fortescue's in an hour," Andromeda said finally. "And Bella?" "No detours." Bellatrix's smile was all innocence. "Would I ever?" "Yes, constantly," Andromeda replied, but she was already steering Harry toward the exit. As they parted ways, Harry glanced back to see Bellatrix bending down to whisper something in Hermione's ear. The girl nodded solemnly, her brown eyes wide but determined. Harry wished, not for the first time, that he understood exactly what game the adults in his life were playing, and what the rules were. The small room above Obscurus Books was cluttered with old newspapers and dusty magical photographs. Hermione sneezed as Bellatrix shut the door behind them. "Are we allowed to be here?" she asked, eyeing the staff-only sign they'd ignored on their way up the narrow staircase. "The owner and I have an arrangement," Bellatrix said dismissively. "He lets me use his archives when needed. What exactly are we looking for?" Hermione perched on a rickety stool, watching as Bellatrix began rifling through stacks of old daily prophets. "Information," Bellatrix replied cryptically. Then, noticing Hermione's exasperated expression, she elaborated. "Lucius doesn't make social calls. If he approached us directly, there's a reason. I need to know what's happening in certain circles." Death Eater circles, Hermione clarified. Bellatrix shot her a look. Former associates, yes. Some of whom still don't know I was working against them. She pulled out a newspaper from 3 weeks ago, scanning the headlines. There's been movement lately. Subtle, but I can feel it. What kind of movement? People who should be laying low making public appearances. Gold changing hands? Old connections being re-established. Bellatrix frowned at something in the paper. And this? She handed the prophet to Hermione, pointing to a small article tucked away on page 7. Break-in at Ministry raises security concerns. Hermione read it quickly. Someone tried to access the Department of Mysteries but got caught before they reached it? And the intruder disappeared before Oris arrived. Bellatrix added. What does that suggest to you? Hermione bit her lip, thinking. Inside help? Someone in the Ministry must have assisted with the break-in and the escape. Clever girl. Bellatrix nodded approvingly. Now, what might someone want from the Department of Mysteries badly enough to risk exposure? I don't know what they keep there, Hermione admitted. Prophecies, among other things, Bellatrix said, including one about Harry and the Dark Lord that was only partially fulfilled. Hermione's eyes widened. You think someone's trying to get the full prophecy? Why now, after all these years? That's the question, isn't it? Bellatrix continued searching through papers. Something's changed. Something's happening. And Lucius knows what it is. Shouldn't we tell Dumbledore? Hermione asked. Or the Aurors? Bellatrix snorted. The Aurors still watch my house, in case you hadn't noticed. Half of them think I should be in Azkaban. As for Dumbledore. She paused. Yes, eventually. But first I need more than just suspicions. She pulled out another paper, this one from just a week ago. The headline read, Gringotts security tightened after attempted breach. Someone tried to rob Gringotts? Hermione leaned closer. But the article says nothing was taken. Because the vault in question had been emptied earlier that day. Bellatrix murmured, more to herself than to Hermione. Interesting timing. And Bella? Hermione said hesitantly. Are we in danger? Is Harry? Bellatrix looked up, her expression softening slightly, a transformation few outside their family ever witnessed. You're always in danger, sweet girl. Harry because of who he is, you because of who raised you. But knowledge is protection. She tapped the newspapers. The more we know, the better prepared we are. Is that why you train us so hard? Because you think. Hermione couldn't quite bring herself to finish the thought. Because I know he's not gone for good. Bellatrix said bluntly. The Dark Lord. I can feel it here. She touched her left forearm, where Hermione knew the faded dark mark still lingered beneath her sleeve. Hermione shivered. And if he comes back? When he comes back. Bellatrix corrected grimly. He'll want 2 things immediately, Harry's death and the loyalty of his old servants. Her expression hardened. He won't get either, not while I'm breathing. She suddenly seemed to remember she was talking to a 10-year-old, and her face relaxed into a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. But that's a problem for another day. For now, let's focus on what Lucius might be planning. You're good at puzzles, Hermione. What does all this suggest to you? Hermione considered the scattered newspapers, her quick mind connecting dots. Someone wants something hidden at Gringotts, and something hidden at the Ministry. Both attempts failed. The same person might be behind both attempts, or they could be unrelated. But the timing suggests coordination. Good, Bellatrix encouraged. And who benefits from retrieving these items? Voldemort's supporters, Hermione said quietly. They're looking for something to help him return. Bellatrix nodded, her expression grim but satisfied. This is why I train you both so hard. The world isn't the safe, peaceful place Andromeda wishes it was. There are currents moving beneath the surface, and I need you both ready when they break into the open. She gathered up the most relevant newspapers and shrunk them, tucking them into her pocket. Come on. We've got just enough time to actually visit the apothecary and make our alibi truthful. As they descended the stairs, Hermione asked, "Are you going to tell Aunt Andy what we found?" "Some of it," Bellatrix replied. "The parts that won't make her lose sleep." She glanced at Hermione. "The same goes for Harry. He has enough burdens without adding adult concerns." "But you're telling me," Hermione pointed out. Bellatrix's smile was complicated, part pride, part regret. "Because you're already carrying adult concerns, no matter how much we tried to shield you. Better you have facts than fearful imaginings." As they stepped back into the sunlight of Diagon Alley, Hermione felt the weight of this trust. Sometimes she wished Bellatrix would treat her more like a child, the way Andromeda did. But there was also pride in being taken seriously, in being trusted with difficult truths. She slipped her hand into Bellatrix's, something she rarely did anymore, feeling too grown up for such gestures, and was rewarded with a startled but pleased squeeze. "We'll be ready," Hermione promised. "Whatever comes." Bellatrix's answering smile was fierce and protective. "Yes, we will." Fortescue's ice cream parlor provided a welcome respite from the summer heat. Harry had already demolished half his treacle tart sundae by the time Bellatrix and Hermione arrived, both looking suspiciously innocent. "Did you get your potion's ingredients?" Andromeda asked mildly. "Yes, and the shopkeeper was most helpful with Hermione's questions," Bellatrix replied smoothly. "Wasn't he dear?" "Very informative," Hermione agreed, avoiding Harry's eyes. Harry knew they were hiding something, but before he could probe, a shadow fell across their table. "Or a Shacklebolt," Bellatrix said without looking up. What an unexpected pleasure. Kingsley Shacklebolt, tall and imposing in his aura robes, regarded their table with an inscrutable expression. "Ms. Black. Mrs. Tonks." He nodded to each sister, then to the children. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. Enjoying your summer?" "Immensely," Harry replied, matching Bellatrix's casual tone. He liked Kingsley, who had always treated him normally, but he resented the Ministry's constant surveillance of their family. "Is there something we can help you with, or?" Andromeda asked politely. "Just a routine check-in," Kingsley said, though his eyes lingered on Bellatrix. "We heard there was a conversation with Lucius Malfoy earlier." Bellatrix raised an eyebrow. "You're monitoring our shopping now? How thorough of the Ministry." "Merely keeping the peace," Kingsley replied evenly. "Mr. Malfoy filed a complaint about feeling threatened." Harry nearly choked on his ice cream. "He threatened us. Aunt Bella was just defending us." "I didn't draw my wand," Bellatrix pointed out. "Unlike some people, I can be threatening without resorting to magic." Kingsley's lips twitched, almost forming a smile before he controlled it. "Be that as it may, the Ministry requests that you keep interactions with the Malfoy family civil and brief." "The Ministry can request whatever it likes," Bellatrix said sweetly. "As a law-abiding citizen, I'm merely having ice cream with my family." "Or is that now against regulations?" Hermione, sensing dangerous waters, quickly intervened. "Or is Shacklebolt, have you heard anything about the attempted break-in at Gringotts?" The prophet didn't give many details. Kingsley's attention shifted to her. "That's not information I'm at liberty to discuss, Ms. Granger. But it's being handled appropriately." "Of course it is," Bellatrix muttered. Andromeda shot her sister a warning look before turning to Kingsley. "We appreciate your concern, Aura Shacklebolt. Is there anything else?" "Just one thing," Kingsley said, his voice lowering slightly. "There have been reports of increased activity among certain former associates of you-know-who. Nothing concrete, but keep your guard up." The warning hung in the air, its unofficial nature clear. Kingsley wasn't here just as an Aura enforcing Ministry policy. He was also a former Order member concerned for their safety. Bellatrix's eyes narrowed. "Anything specific we should know about?" "Nothing I can discuss here," Kingsley replied, his meaning clear, not in front of the children. "We should catch up sometime," Andromeda suggested. "Perhaps tea next week?" Kingsley nodded. "I'll send an owl." To the children, he added, "Enjoy the rest of your summer." Hogwarts letters should be arriving soon, I expect. After he departed, Harry looked expectantly at Bellatrix. What was that about? What increased activity? Nothing for you to worry about, she replied, but her eyes met Hermione's in a silent exchange that Harry caught. You told Hermione, he accused. Why does she get to know and I don't? I didn't tell her anything, Bellatrix said, which Harry knew was technically true but misleading. Harry, Andromeda interjected gently. Some things are adult concerns. You'll both be at Hogwarts soon, safe under Dumbledore's protection. Let us handle the rest. But it's about me, isn't it? Harry persisted. It's always about me. The boy who lived. The one Voldemort wants dead. Several nearby patrons gasped at Harry's casual use of the Dark Lord's name. Not here, Bellatrix hissed, casting a quick muffling charm around their table. And yes, it's partly about you, which is precisely why you need to focus on learning and preparing, not worrying about what a bunch of washed-up Death Eaters might be plotting. You always say I need to be ready, Harry pointed out. Ready for what, if you won't tell me what's coming? Bellatrix and Andromeda exchanged a look, one of those adult communications that infuriated Harry. He knew they were deciding how much to tell him, weighing his age against his right to know. Finally, Bellatrix said, There are signs that certain people are looking for ways to bring the Dark Lord back. Nothing immediate, nothing definite. Just movement where there shouldn't be. Like sharks circling before they attack, Hermione added quietly. Harry absorbed this, then nodded. That's why we need to train harder. No, Andromeda said firmly. That's why you need to be children for what little time you have left. Hogwarts will arrive soon enough with all its challenges. Bellatrix looked like she wanted to argue, but surprisingly she held her tongue. Your aunt is right about one thing, you should enjoy your summer. Which reminds me. She pulled 2 small packages from her pocket and handed one to each child. Early birthday presents? Hermione asked, eyeing the package suspiciously. Gifts from Bellatrix were sometimes practical to the point of alarming. Protection, Bellatrix corrected. Go on, open them. Harry unwrapped his first. Inside was a simple leather bracelet with runes carved into the surface. What does it do? It alerts me if you're in danger, Bellatrix explained. And it creates a basic shield charm if you're physically threatened. Not enough to stop serious magic, but enough to give you time to react. Hermione was examining hers with fascination. These runes are binding magic and alarm spells, but this one. She pointed to a particular marking. I don't recognize. Blood magic, Andromeda said disapprovingly. Really, Bella? Just a drop, Bellatrix said defensively. Mixed into the leather during tanning. It connects them directly to me, so I'll know exactly where they are if they're threatened. The Ministry would have a field day if they knew you were using blood magic on children. Andromeda muttered. The Ministry can kiss my Bella. Andromeda cut her off, nodding meaningfully toward the children. Rings, Bellatrix finished with a smirk. My precious family rings. Harry and Hermione exchanged amused glances. For all her fearsome reputation, Bellatrix could be downright childish in her defiance sometimes. Thank you, Harry said, slipping the bracelet onto his wrist. It adjusted itself automatically, shrinking to fit snugly but comfortably. They're really lovely, Hermione added, admiring hers. And practical too. That's our girl, Bellatrix said proudly. Always appreciating the practical. The tension broken, they finished their ice cream in relative peace, discussing more normal topics. The Quidditch standings. Harry was a devoted Holyhead Harpies fan, the latest advancements in potion making, Hermione's current obsession, and speculation about which Hogwarts houses they might be sorted into. Gryffindor like my parents, Harry said confidently. Ravenclaw, Hermione countered. Though Gryffindor wouldn't be bad either. Andromeda smiled. Any house would be lucky to have you both. Even Slytherin? Harry asked, watching for their reaction. The sisters exchanged another look. Both had been Slytherins, though they represented very different paths that house could lead to. Even Slytherin, Bellatrix confirmed. Though you might face some challenges there, given your connection to me. Children of Death Eaters might hold grudges. Andromeda clarified, when Harry looked confused. Bella wasn't exactly gentle when hunting down her former colleagues after the war. They deserved worse than they got, Bellatrix said darkly. Especially after what they did to. She stopped abruptly, glancing at Hermione. An uncomfortable silence fell. They rarely spoke directly about the circumstances of Hermione joining their family. Harry knew the basic facts. Death Eaters had killed her parents in a post-war attack on Muggleborns, and Bellatrix had found her and brought her home, but details were scarce. It's okay, Hermione said quietly. I know what happened to my parents. You don't have to avoid talking about it. Bellatrix reached across the table and took Hermione's hand. I just don't want you defined by tragedy, the way Harry sometimes is. You're more than what was done to your family. We're all more than our worst experiences. Andromeda added softly, and Harry knew she was thinking of her husband Ted, who had died during the war. Harry felt a surge of gratitude for these fierce, complicated women who had raised him and Hermione. They weren't perfect. Bellatrix was paranoid and sometimes frightening in her intensity, Andromeda sometimes overprotective to the point of suffocation, but they loved fiercely and completely. Can we look at the Nimbus 2000 before we go home? He asked, deliberately changing the subject to something lighter. Absolutely not, Andromeda began, just as Bellatrix said. Of course. They glared at each other, another silent battle of wills commencing. 10 minutes, Andromeda conceded finally. And no, I'm not buying it for either of you, so don't even ask. Wouldn't dream of it, Harry said innocently, already planning to use his own savings, an inheritance from his parents, that he'd gained partial access to when he turned 11. As they left the ice cream parlor, Harry noticed Bellatrix scanning the street again, her hand never far from her wand. Despite the warm summer day and the cheerful crowds, he suddenly felt a chill. Whatever was coming, whatever had Bellatrix so vigilant, and Kingsley worried enough to issue unofficial warnings, it was getting closer. For the first time, Harry found himself looking forward to Hogwarts not just with excitement, but with relief. Surely nothing bad could happen to them at Hogwarts, under Dumbledore's protection. Right. The cottage was quiet that night, the children long since asleep. Bellatrix sat in the kitchen, newspapers spread before her, a glass of fire whiskey in her hand. The grandfather clock in the hall struck midnight as Andromeda appeared in the doorway. Still at it? She asked, taking in the scattered papers. Bellatrix didn't look up. Something's coming, Andy. I can feel it. Andromeda sighed and sat across from her sister. You've been saying that for 9 years. And I've been right. The attacks never fully stopped. The disappearances. The whispers. Bellatrix finally raised her eyes, dark and intense. But it's different now. More coordinated. What did Kingsley really want today? Andromeda asked. To warn us. Bellatrix pushed forward an unmarked envelope. He slipped this to me when he shook my hand goodbye. Andromeda opened it and scanned the contents, her face growing pale. McNair released from Azkaban on a technicality? How is that possible? He was caught red-handed. Lucius Malfoy's gold and influence, most likely. Bellatrix said grimly. And he's not the only one. Avery, not Crabbe, Goyle, they're gathering. For what purpose? That's what I need to find out. Bellatrix drained her glass and poured another. And it's connected to these break-ins. The Ministry, Gringotts, they're looking for something. The prophecy? Andromeda guessed. Maybe. Or something else that could help the Dark Lord return. Bellatrix traced the faded mark on her arm. It's not active. But it's not completely dead either. Like it's waiting. Andromeda shuddered. Bella, I'm worried about you. This obsession, it's not an obsession, it's vigilance. Bellatrix snapped. Someone needs to watch for the signs. Dumbledore can't be everywhere. And the children? What about them? Bellatrix's expression softened slightly. They'll be at Hogwarts soon. Safer there than anywhere, except perhaps here. And how safe will they be if their guardian is exhausting herself chasing shadows and old enemies? Andromeda challenged. Better exhausted than unprepared. Bellatrix countered. You didn't see what I saw, Andy. You weren't in his inner circle. You don't know what he's capable of. I know what you're capable of when you're obsessed, Andromeda said quietly. I remember what you were like before you changed sides. Bellatrix flinched. That was different. I was different. Were you? Andromeda asked. Sometimes I wonder if you've just transferred your obsession from him to defeating him. The intensity is the same, Bella. It frightens me sometimes. Bellatrix was silent for a long moment. I can't be anything but what I am, she said finally. But I promise you this, everything I do, every breath I take, is to keep those children safe. Harry and Hermione are all that matter now. And you think the best way to protect them is to hunt down old Death Eaters and uncover conspiracies? Andromeda asked skeptically. I think the best way to protect them is to eliminate threats before they fully form, Bellatrix said. Preventative measures. Just be careful, Andromeda said. The children need you whole and present, not consumed by old battles. Bellatrix nodded, but her eyes were already drifting back to the scattered newspapers. I'll check in with some contacts tomorrow. See what they know about McNair's release. Andromeda recognized the dismissal and rose to leave, but paused at the door. Bella? The bracelet you gave Harry today, is it the same protection you gave Hermione, or is it different? Bellatrix looked up, her expression unreadable. Why do you ask? Because you've always been more worried about Hermione, even though Harry is supposedly the Dark Lord's primary target. A shadow crossed Bellatrix's face. Harry is protected by whatever ancient magic saved him as a baby. Hermione. She hesitated. Hermione is vulnerable in different ways. Because of her blood status, Andromeda said. It wasn't a question. Because of everything. Bellatrix replied cryptically. Go to bed, Andy. Tomorrow will bring its own troubles. Left alone in the kitchen, Bellatrix returned to her research, the fire whiskey forgotten. Outside, an owl hooted, and shadows moved in the garden as their magical wards detected and repelled some nocturnal intruder, probably just a fox or badger, but possibly something more sinister. In this house, they never took chances. Not with so much at stake. Harry woke suddenly, his heart racing. Something had disturbed his sleep, a noise, a movement, he wasn't sure. He reached for his glasses and slipped them on, peering into the darkness of his bedroom. Lumos, he whispered, and the tip of his practice wand lit up with a soft glow. Nothing seemed amiss. His schoolbooks were stacked neatly on his desk, Hermione's influence, his Holyhead Harpies poster still waved from the wall, and his window was securely latched. So what had woken him? A floorboard creaked in the hallway. Harry tensed, his wand raised. The cottage was heavily warded, no one could enter without Bellatrix or Andromeda knowing, but years of living with Bellatrix's paranoia had made him cautious. His bedroom door eased open, revealing a familiar silhouette. Aunt Bella? Harry whispered. What's wrong? Bellatrix slipped into his room, her wand already drawn. Nothing to worry about, she said softly. Just checking the wards. Go back to sleep. But Harry could tell from her posture, tense, alert, ready for combat, that something was definitely wrong. Is someone trying to get in? Bellatrix hesitated, then nodded once. The outer warning wards were triggered. Probably nothing, but I'm doing a perimeter check. Stay in your room, keep your wand ready. Is Hermione okay? Andromeda's with her, Bellatrix assured him. Stay put. She left as silently as she'd come, leaving Harry wide awake and alert. He slipped out of bed and pulled on his trainers, gripping his wand tightly. Despite Bellatrix's instructions, he had no intention of just waiting in his room if they were under attack. He crept to his window and peered out at the moonlit garden. At first, nothing seemed unusual. Then a movement caught his eye, a shadow detaching itself from the large oak tree at the edge of the property. A figure in dark robes, moving purposefully toward the house. Harry's breath caught. He'd seen that distinctive walk before. In memories Bellatrix had shown them in her pensive. Walden McNair, a Death Eater who had once been an executioner for the Ministry, specializing in disposing of dangerous creatures. Now he was loose, approaching their home. Harry rushed to his door and eased it open. The hallway was empty. From downstairs came the sound of low voices, Bellatrix and Andromeda, discussing strategy, he assumed. He hesitated for only a moment before crossing to Hermione's room and knocking softly. "It's me," he whispered. The door opened immediately. Hermione stood there fully dressed, her wand in one hand and a small beaded bag in the other. "I saw him from my window," she said without preamble. "McNair. Aunt Bella's doing a perimeter check," Harry told her. "And Andy's supposed to be with you. She went to strengthen the kitchen wards," Hermione explained. "I've packed emergency supplies." She patted the beaded bag. "Undetectable extension charm." Harry raised his eyebrows, impressed. "When did you learn that?" "Aunt Bella taught me last month," Hermione said. "She said it might come in handy someday." A crash from downstairs cut their conversation short. Without hesitation, they both moved to the hallway, wands raised. "We should stay put," Hermione whispered, but she was already following Harry toward the stairs. The scene that greeted them in the living room made Harry's blood run cold. Bellatrix was engaged in a furious duel with McNair, spells flying so fast they were barely visible. The furniture had been pushed to the walls, creating a makeshift arena. Andromeda was nowhere to be seen. "You always were too confident, McNair," Bellatrix taunted, deflecting a nasty-looking purple curse. "Did you really think you could walk into my home alone and survive?" "Who says I'm alone?" McNair snarled, his face twisted with hate. "The others are coming. The Dark Lord will rise again, and traitors like you will be the first to fall." Harry and Hermione exchanged alarmed glances. Others were coming? They needed to help, but how? They'd never faced a real dark wizard before, only practiced duels with Bellatrix. As if reading their thoughts, Bellatrix shouted without taking her eyes off McNair. "Get back upstairs. Now." Her momentary distraction cost her. McNair's next spell caught her in the shoulder, spinning her halfway around. She recovered instantly, but blood was now seeping through her robes. Harry acted without thinking. "Expelliarmus!" he yelled, putting all his power behind the spell. McNair, not expecting an attack from behind, was caught off guard. His wand flew from his hand, arcing through the air toward Harry. Bellatrix capitalized on the moment. "Incarcerus!" Ropes shot from her wand, binding McNair tightly from shoulders to ankles. He toppled to the floor, cursing viciously. "I told you to stay upstairs," Bellatrix snapped, but there was grudging approval in her eyes. "Where's Andromeda?" "Here," came Andromeda's voice as she emerged from the kitchen, her arm bleeding from a long gash. There was another one trying to come in the back. "I've got him secured." Bellatrix nodded grimly. "We need to alert the Order. If McNair's telling the truth about others coming." "Already done," Andromeda said. "Patronus message to Dumbledore and Kingsley." McNair laughed from his position on the floor, a harsh, grating sound. "Too late. They're already here." As if on cue, the windows exploded inward, showering the room with glass. Dark shapes moved outside, pressing against the magical barriers Bellatrix and Andromeda had established. "The wards won't hold for long," Andromeda said tightly. "Not against this many." "How many are there?" Harry asked, moving to the broken window to look outside. "Get away from there!" Bellatrix yanked him back just as a spell blasted through, leaving a smoking hole in the opposite wall. "At least 6, maybe more. We need to get the children out," Andromeda insisted. "The emergency port key won't work," Bellatrix finished. "They've established anti-transportation wards. We're sealed in." Harry's mind raced. They were trapped, outnumbered, with only minutes before the protective wards failed completely. He looked at Hermione, whose face was pale but determined. "The tunnel," she said suddenly. "The one under the pantry." Bellatrix's eyes widened. "How do you know about that?" "I found the blueprints in the attic last summer," Hermione admitted. "It leads to the abandoned gamekeeper's cottage half a mile away, doesn't it? And you never thought to mention this discovery?" Bellatrix asked, caught between annoyance and pride. "I was saving it for an emergency," Hermione said simply. "This seems to qualify." A new barrage of spells hit the outer wards, making the entire house shudder. "Go," Bellatrix ordered Andromeda. "Take the children through the tunnel. I'll hold them off. You can't face them alone." Andromeda protested. "I won't have to for long," Bellatrix replied. "The order will be here soon. I just need to buy time." Harry saw the resolve in her eyes and knew arguing would be pointless. But the thought of leaving her to face multiple Death Eaters alone— "I'm staying with you," he declared. "I can help." "No," Bellatrix said sharply. "Your job is to survive, Harry. That's all that matters." "But, no arguments," she cut him off. "Hermione, get your emergency bag. Andromeda, secure McNair and the other one properly, then get to the tunnel. I'll join you if I can." The grim finality in her voice made Harry's chest tighten. She didn't expect to make it out. "We're not leaving you," he insisted. Bellatrix turned to him, her expression softening briefly. "You're so like your mother," she said quietly. "Just as stubborn. Just as loyal. But this isn't your fight, not yet." Another blast rocked the house, and part of the ceiling collapsed in the corner. "Go now!" Bellatrix urged, shoving them toward the kitchen. "That's an order!" Andromeda grabbed Harry and Hermione by their arms and pulled them away. "She's right," she said, her voice breaking slightly. "We need to get you to safety. We can't just leave her!" Hermione cried. "We're not leaving her," Andromeda replied fiercely. "We're honoring her choice. Bella knows what she's doing." As they reached the kitchen, a thunderous crash signaled the fall of the outer wards. Bellatrix's voice rang out in the living room, taunting the intruders, drawing their attention and fury to herself. "This way," Andromeda said, pulling aside the pantry shelves to reveal a narrow passage. "Quickly now." Harry hesitated, looking back toward the sounds of battle. Flashes of multicolored light spilled into the hallway, accompanied by shouts and crashes. Bellatrix was fighting for her life, for their lives. "Harry, please," Hermione pleaded, tears streaming down her face. "She's doing this for us." With a final glance back, Harry followed Andromeda and Hermione into the tunnel, his heart heavy with fear and guilt. As the pantry shelves slid back into place behind them, sealing them off from the battle, he made a silent promise to his fierce, complicated guardian. "I'll make you proud. I'll be ready next time." The tunnel was narrow and damp, lit only by the glow of their wands. They moved as quickly as possible, Andromeda in the lead, Harry bringing up the rear. No one spoke. They were all straining to hear what might be happening behind them. After what seemed like an eternity, they reached the end of the tunnel and emerged into the abandoned gamekeeper's cottage, little more than a one-room shack, long since fallen into disrepair. "Now what?" Harry asked, as Andromeda carefully secured the tunnel entrance behind them. "We wait," she said, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. If the order arrived in time. A distant boom interrupted her, so powerful it made the ground beneath their feet tremble. That came from the direction of home. Hermione whispered, horrified. Andromeda's face went ashen. Without a word, she moved to the cottage's single grimy window, peering out toward their home. In the distance, a column of smoke rose against the night sky, tinged with magical green fire. "No," Harry breathed, moving to stand beside her. "No, she can't be." Andromeda placed a hand on his shoulder, steadying him. "Bella is the most powerful duelist I've ever known," she said, but her voice trembled. "If anyone could survive." They stood in silence, watching the distant smoke, each lost in their own fears. Harry felt numb, unable to process the possibility that Bellatrix might be gone. Fierce, complicated, sometimes frightening Bellatrix, who had protected and trained him for as long as he could remember. A crack of apparition outside made them all jump. Andromeda pushed the children behind her, wand raised toward the door. "Andromeda?" called a familiar voice. "Are you there?" "It's Kingsley." Relief flooded through Harry. "Or is Shacklebolt?" he called back. "We're here." "Harry, wait," Andromeda began, but Harry had already moved to open the door. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood outside, his robes torn and singed. Behind him, a group of Aurors and Order members were scanning the area, wands drawn. "Thank Merlin you're safe," Kingsley said. "We feared the worst when we saw the explosion." "Bellatrix," Andromeda said urgently. "Is she?" Kingsley's expression was grave. "We don't know yet. The cottage was in flames when we arrived." Several Death Eaters were captured fleeing the scene, but there was no sign of Bellatrix. Harry felt the world tilting around him. "She can't be dead," he said numbly. "She can't be. We're still searching," Kingsley assured him. "If she's out there, we'll find her." Hermione moved to Harry's side, gripping his hand tightly. "She's alive," she whispered fiercely. "I know she is." Harry nodded, clinging to that certainty like a lifeline. Bellatrix was too stubborn, too fierce to die like this. She had to be alive. "We need to get you all to a secure location," Kingsley was saying to Andromeda. "Hogwarts would be safest, until we determine the full extent of this attack. We're not going anywhere until we know about Bella," Andromeda replied firmly. Kingsley looked like he wanted to argue, but something in Andromeda's expression stopped him. "Very well. But at least come back to our secure perimeter. It's not safe here." They followed Kingsley and his Aurors through the woods, back toward what remained of their home. As they approached, Harry could see that the cottage was largely destroyed, the central portion collapsed in on itself, magical flames still licking at the ruins despite the Aurors' efforts to extinguish them. "Wait here," Kingsley instructed, leaving them at the edge of the clearing with two Aurors for protection. Harry stared at the smoldering ruins, a hollow feeling spreading in his chest. Everything they owned, everything that made up their life together, gone in a single night of violence. "Look!" Hermione suddenly gasped, pointing toward the far side of the clearing. A figure was emerging from the trees, limping, leaning heavily on what appeared to be a makeshift staff, but unmistakably alive. "Bella!" Andromeda cried, breaking into a run. Bellatrix Black looked like she had been through hell. Her clothes were torn and burned, her wild hair singed in places, blood streaking her face and arms. But her eyes, her dark, intense eyes, were alert and burning with fierce triumph. "Told you I'd join you if I could," she croaked as Andromeda reached her, pulling her into a careful embrace. Harry and Hermione weren't far behind, rushing toward their guardian with cries of relief and joy. Bellatrix winced as they collided with her, but made no move to push them away, instead wrapping one arm around them both. "You're hurt," Hermione said, noting the way Bellatrix favored her left side. "Nothing that won't heal," Bellatrix dismissed. "I've had worse." "What happened?" Harry asked. "We saw the explosion." A grim smile stretched across Bellatrix's battered face. "McNair and his friends underestimated what I was willing to do to protect my family." She gestured toward the ruined cottage. "I collapsed the house on top of them when I realized I couldn't win conventionally." "You brought down our whole house?" Andromeda asked incredulously. "Only after I'd retrieved a few essentials," Bellatrix replied, patting a pocket that Harry noticed was bulging oddly. "Family photos, important documents, and this." She pulled out a small, battered envelope and handed it to Harry. He looked at her questioningly. "Open it," she urged. Harry tore open the envelope. Inside was a heavy parchment letter, sealed with the Hogwarts crest. His name was written on the front in emerald green ink. "My Hogwarts letter," he breathed. "But how?" "Arrived just before the attack," Bellatrix explained. "Yours too," Hermione. She produced a second envelope from another pocket. Seemed too important to leave behind. Hermione took her letter with trembling hands. You nearly died to save our Hogwarts letters? I nearly died to save you, Bellatrix corrected. The letters were just a bonus. Seemed like a good omen. Kingsley approached, looking relieved but wary. Bellatrix. Good to see you alive. We thought. Takes more than a few second-rate Death Eaters to finish me off, she replied. Though they came closer than I'd like to admit. What happened to McNair? Andromeda asked. Bellatrix's expression hardened. He won't be a problem anymore. No one pressed for details. Sometimes, with Bellatrix, it was better not to know. The minister will want a full report, Kingsley said. This attack, it's the most coordinated Death Eater activity we've seen in years. It's just the beginning, Bellatrix said grimly. They're gathering, preparing for something big. I managed to get some information before. She gestured vaguely at the destroyed cottage. Later, Kingsley said. For now, we need to get you all to safety and medical attention. As they prepared to leave, Harry looked back at the ruins of the only home he could remember. 9 years of memories, gone in a single night of violence. We'll rebuild, Andromeda said, noticing his gaze. Stronger wards, better protections. Or perhaps it's time for something new, Bellatrix suggested. Grimmauld Place has been empty since Mother died. It's technically mine now, as the oldest surviving Black. That gloomy mausoleum? Andromeda shuddered. You can't be serious. It has the strongest wards in Britain, after Hogwarts and Gringotts, Bellatrix pointed out. And it's in London, close to help if needed. We can decide later, Andromeda said. For now, let's focus on getting you healed. As they moved away, Harry clutched his Hogwarts letter tightly. Everything had changed in a single night, their home destroyed, their safety compromised. But this letter represented something new, something hopeful. A future beyond the ashes. He glanced at Hermione, who met his eyes with the same mixture of fear and determination he felt. Whatever came next, they would face it together, just as they always had. Bellatrix limped between them, one arm around each child, battered but unbroken. Well, she said with a hint of her usual dark humor. At least we went out with a bang. Bella! Andromeda scolded, but Harry couldn't help laughing, a slightly hysterical sound that nevertheless felt good, releasing some of the night's tension. As dawn broke over the ruins of their home, Harry felt a strange sense of clarity amid the chaos. The future might be uncertain, dangerous even, but they were alive. They were together. And soon they would be at Hogwarts, beginning a new chapter. For now, that was enough. Chapter 2, Hogwarts at last. Watch your step, the floors are still settling, Bellatrix warned as they navigated the dim hallway of 12 Grimmauld Place. Harry ducked under a hanging cobweb and sneezed. The ancient Black family home smelled like dust and forgotten memories, an oppressive mix of mildew and old magic that made his nose itch. This place is cheerful, he muttered to Hermione, who was eyeing a row of shrunken house-elf heads mounted on the wall with undisguised horror. It's secure, Bellatrix countered, overhearing him. No one gets in without my permission. Not the Ministry, not old Death Eater pals, not even door-to-door salesmen peddling cauldrons. Because that was our biggest concern, Andromeda said dryly. She waved her wand at a cluster of cobwebs, vanishing them. This place needs weeks of cleaning before it's properly habitable. We've got 3 days until the Hogwarts Express leaves, Bellatrix reminded her. The children's rooms take priority. Mine can stay as is. You can't sleep in a room full of dark artifacts and dust, Andromeda objected. I've slept in worse places, Bellatrix replied with a shrug that made her wince. Her injuries from the attack 2 weeks ago still pained her, though she'd never admit it. Harry exchanged glances with Hermione. They both noticed how Bellatrix moved more carefully these days, how she sometimes pressed a hand to her side when she thought no one was looking. Whatever had happened during her fight with McNair, and the others had wounded her more deeply than she let on. I call the room with the window seat, Hermione declared, deliberately changing the subject. You haven't even seen the rooms yet, Harry pointed out. I don't need to. I want a window seat for reading. Your priorities are impeccable, as always, Bellatrix said with a rare genuine smile. Top floor, second door on the left. That was my cousin Regulus's room. It has a lovely window seat overlooking the back garden. Such as it is. Hermione darted up the stairs, her footsteps echoing in the empty house. What about me? Harry asked. Third floor, largest bedroom, Andromeda suggested. It was Sirius's room. Harry's head snapped up. My godfather? An awkward silence fell. Sirius Black was rarely mentioned in their household, a painful subject for both sisters, albeit for different reasons. Yes, Bellatrix said finally. He decorated it rather rebelliously. Gryffindor colors everywhere. Mother never managed to remove them, even with the strongest spells. Perfect, Harry grinned. He'd always wondered about Sirius, who remained in Azkaban for allegedly betraying Harry's parents to Voldemort. Bellatrix consistently avoided the topic, and Andromeda only spoke of the fun-loving boy he'd been before everything went wrong. You might find some of his old things, Bellatrix added hesitantly. He left in a hurry when he was 16. I never went through his belongings. The unspoken weight of her complicated relationship with her cousin hung in the air. Harry knew that Bellatrix had once testified at Sirius's trial, but the details were murky, another adult topic deemed too sensitive for children's ears. Thanks, Harry said simply, then headed up the stairs to explore his new room. Sirius's bedroom was exactly as Bellatrix had described, a deliberate teenage rebellion frozen in time. Gryffindor banners adorned the walls, along with posters of Muggle motorcycles and, to Harry's slight embarrassment, several bikini-clad Muggle girls. The room had clearly been designed to mortify pureblood parents. Wicked, Harry murmured, running his fingers over a dusty bookshelf filled with Quidditch manuals and joke spell books. A trunk sat at the foot of the bed, its lock tarnished but intact. Harry tried the lid, but it was sealed shut. He made a mental note to ask Bellatrix if she could open it, or maybe he'd work on cracking it himself as a challenge. Harry! Hermione's voice called from down the hall. Come see my room! He found Hermione already organizing her books on built-in shelves, her trunk open and half unpacked. The window seat she'd coveted was wide and deep, with faded green velvet cushions that had once been luxurious. Not bad, Harry admitted. Bit dark, though. The room was decorated in Slytherin colors, with serpentine designs carved into the wooden bedposts. I can brighten it up, Hermione said confidently. Some new curtains, maybe a colorful rug. She gestured at the ceiling, where constellations had been charmed to twinkle faintly. And those are actually quite beautiful. Regulus was the family astronomer, came Bellatrix's voice from the doorway. He used to sneak up to the roof with his telescope on clear nights. Mother thought he was studying the noble black family stars, but really, he just loved the cosmos. What happened to him? Harry asked. He'd heard vague mentions of Regulus, but like Sirius, the details were sketchy. Bellatrix's expression darkened. He died in the war. No one knows exactly how. She straightened abruptly, as if catching herself in an unplanned moment of vulnerability. Come downstairs when you've explored. We need to discuss preparations for Hogwarts. After she left, Hermione raised an eyebrow at Harry. Notice how she never gives straight answers about her family? Like we're any better. Harry pointed out. Our family is weird by anyone's standards. A reformed Death Eater, her blood traitor sister, the boy who lived, and a Muggle-born witch all living together like some bizarre magical Brady Bunch. I doubt many of our classmates will get that reference. Hermione said, smiling. Their loss. Harry flopped onto Hermione's bed. So, Hogwarts. 3 days. Nervous? Terrified. Hermione admitted. What if no one likes me? What if they only see me as the Muggle-born that Bellatrix Black took in instead of just me? Then they're idiots. Harry said firmly. Besides, we're in this together. If anyone gives you trouble, they'll have to deal with me too. Hermione's smile was grateful but skeptical. Your hero complex is showing, Harry. It's not a complex if you're actually planning to be heroic, he replied with a wink. They were interrupted by a loud crash from downstairs, followed by Bellatrix's distinctive cursing. They rushed to the landing to find Bellatrix facing off against an ancient, wrinkled house elf, who was screaming at the top of his lungs. Creature will not serve the blood traitor mistress. Creature remains loyal to his true mistress. Oh, what would mistress say if she knew what filth now pollutes the noble house of Black? Your mistress is dead, you miserable little gremlin. Bellatrix snapped. I'm the head of this family now, and you will obey me or I'll give you clothes faster than you can say pure blood mania. The house elf, Creature, apparently, looked like he might spontaneously combust from rage. The mistress would never. Oh, stop your caterwauling. Andromeda interrupted, emerging from the kitchen. Creature, the family has changed. Accept it. Now, I need the kitchen cleaned and made functional by dinner, or you'll be polishing silver for a month. Surprisingly, Creature's demeanor shifted slightly. He glared at Andromeda with marginally less hatred than he'd shown Bellatrix. The younger mistress always did have a proper understanding of punishment, he muttered. Creature will clean the kitchen. But Creature works for the family, not for the blood traitor. He shot another venomous look at Bellatrix before shuffling toward the kitchen, still muttering darkly. He likes you better, Bellatrix observed, looking both annoyed and amused. I babysat him sometimes when Aunt Druella was entertaining, Andromeda explained. I used to sneak him treacle tart from the dessert trolley. Manipulating house elves with sweets? How positively Slytherin of you. I prefer to call it strategic alliance building, Andromeda replied primly, then noticed Harry and Hermione on the stairs. Ah, there you are. Come down to the drawing room, we need to discuss Hogwarts preparations. The drawing room was a gloomy space dominated by a massive tapestry showing the Black family tree. Harry noticed several scorch marks where names had been blasted off, one of them, he knew, marked where Andromeda had once been before her marriage to Ted Tonks. Right, Bellatrix said, all business as they settled into dusty armchairs. Hogwarts. We've got your books and basic supplies from before the attack. We still need to visit Ollivanders for your actual wands. Those training wands won't cut it for real schoolwork. And robes, Andromeda added. Plus cauldrons, potions, supplies, telescopes. Can we get a pet? Hermione asked eagerly. The letter says we can bring an owl, cat, or toad. Bellatrix and Andromeda exchanged one of their silent communications. Practical pets only, Bellatrix decided. An owl would be useful for sending messages home securely. I'd rather have a cat, Hermione said. And I'd like an owl, Harry put in. Bellatrix nodded. Fine. One of each, then. Now for the serious matters, Andromeda said, her expression growing solemn. We need to discuss how to handle certain situations that might arise at school. Harry straightened. They'd been anticipating this conversation ever since their Hogwarts letters arrived. First, Bellatrix began. Your names. Potter and Granger. Use them proudly. Don't let anyone make you ashamed of who you are or where you come from. But, Andromeda added, be aware that there will be children at Hogwarts whose parents have history with our family. Both positive and negative. Mostly negative, Bellatrix muttered. Some may try to befriend you because of your connection to us, Andromeda continued. Others may be hostile for the same reason. And some, Bellatrix said darkly, may have specific instructions from their parents regarding you, Harry. The attack on our home wasn't random. McNair and his friends wanted you specifically. Harry swallowed. He'd suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed was still unsettling. So what do we do? Hermione asked practically. Trust no one initially, Bellatrix advised. Observe. Learn who's who. The children of my former colleagues will make themselves known quickly enough. Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, not Parkinson. That doesn't mean you should be hostile. Andromeda countered quickly. Just cautious. Judge people by their actions, not their family names. She gave Bellatrix a pointed look. That goes for all families. Even the Weasleys? Bellatrix asked with exaggerated innocence. Especially the Weasleys, Andromeda said firmly. They've always stood against dark magic, whatever their financial situation. What about houses? Harry asked. Everyone expects me to be in Gryffindor like my parents. And everyone expects me to be in Ravenclaw because I like books, Hermione added. Bellatrix leaned forward. Listen carefully. The house doesn't make the wizard or witch. It's a guideline, not a destiny. I was in Slytherin, and yes, I went dark for a time, but I also found my way back. Andromeda was Slytherin too, and she's the most annoyingly moral person I know. Thank you, I think, Andromeda said dryly. Whatever house you're sorted into, remember who raised you. Bellatrix continued. You carry our teachings, our protection, and our love, regardless of whether you wear green, blue, red, or yellow. The unusual sentiment from normally reserved Bellatrix made both children stare. She shifted uncomfortably under their gaze. What? I can be sentimental occasionally. It's just rare, Harry said. Like seeing a dragon doing ballet. Cheeky brat. Bellatrix replied, but she was smiling. Now about your training. You're ahead of your year in defense against the dark arts, thanks to me. Use that knowledge if necessary, but don't show off. Unless showing off serves a strategic purpose. Andromeda amended. Sometimes a display of strength prevents future challenges. My sister, the pacifist with Slytherin tactics, Bellatrix said approvingly. She's right, though. A well-timed demonstration might save you trouble later. What about friends? Hermione asked quietly. I've never really had friends outside of Harry. The sisters exchanged another look. Friendship is complicated, Andromeda said carefully. But worthy allies make life both safer and richer. Look for loyalty, courage, and intelligence in equal measure. And don't trust anyone who seems too eager to be your friend. Bellatrix added. Especially if they're interested in your scar, Harry, or your connection to me, Hermione. So trust no one, but make friends, but be suspicious of those friends. Harry summarized. Simple. Welcome to being a black, Bellatrix said with a sardonic smile. Even if it's just by association. King's Cross Station bustled with Monday morning commuters, none of whom seemed to notice the odd assortment of people disappearing between platforms 9 and 10. Harry pushed his trolley toward the barrier, heart pounding with excitement and nerves. Steady pace, don't hesitate, Andromeda reminded him. Hermione, you follow right after. I'll bring up the rear, Bellatrix said, her eyes constantly scanning the crowd. She wore a glamour charm that subtly altered her appearance, not enough to be unrecognizable, but enough to avoid immediate identification by casual observers. Her notorious wild black hair was temporarily tamed and lightened, her features softened. Harry took a deep breath and walked straight at the barrier, fighting the instinct to close his eyes. He'd done this before on family outings, but never with his own trunk, never on his way to actually board the Hogwarts Express. He passed through the magical barrier and emerged onto platform 9 3/4, where the scarlet steam engine waited amid clouds of white vapor. Owls hooted, cats meowed, and students called to one another across the platform as parents fussed over trunks and gave last-minute advice. Hermione appeared beside him seconds later, her eyes wide as she took in the scene. It's really happening, she whispered. Andromeda and Bellatrix followed, the latter immediately positioning herself so her back was to a wall, her sight lines clear in all directions. You're being obvious, Andromeda murmured. I'm being cautious, Bellatrix corrected. There are at least 6 former Death Eater families on this platform right now. Harry spotted the Malfoys immediately, Draco's white blonde hair standing out like a beacon as his father spoke sternly to him. Nearby, other familiar faces from pure blood gatherings, the hulking forms of Crabbe and Goyle with their equally troll-like fathers, Theodore Knott, thin and watchful beside his austere parent, Pansy Parkinson simpering as her mother adjusted her robes. "They're all watching us," Hermione noted quietly. "Let them watch," Bellatrix said. "They'll see exactly what I want them to see, that you're under my protection." She straightened to her full height, and despite the glamour charm, her presence seemed to expand, drawing attention from across the platform. Several parents pulled their children closer. Others nodded stiffly in acknowledgement. "Subtle as ever," Andromeda sighed. "Let's get your trunks on board and find you a compartment." As they moved toward the train, Hermione's cat carrier rattled. Crookshanks, a massive ginger half-Kneazle with a squashed face that Hermione had fallen in love with instantly at the magical menagerie, expressed his displeasure with a loud yowl. "That beast is going to terrorize every animal in your dormitory," Harry predicted, glancing at his own owl cage where Hedwig, a beautiful snowy owl, dozed peacefully. "He's not a beast, he's discerning," Hermione corrected. "And highly intelligent. He tried to eat my shoelaces this morning." Discerningly. A tall, thin boy with red hair and freckles bumped into Harry as they approached the train. "Sorry, mate," he said, then did a double take at Harry's forehead. "Bloody hell, you're Harry Potter!" Before Harry could respond, Bellatrix materialized at his side. "And you're a Weasley," she observed, her voice neutral but carrying a hint of challenge. "Arthur and Molly's youngest boy." The boy paled slightly, recognizing Bellatrix despite her glamour. "Ron," he managed. "Ron Weasley." "Well, Ron Weasley, perhaps you could help Harry with his trunk?" Bellatrix suggested in a tone that wasn't really a suggestion. To Ron's credit, he nodded quickly. "Yeah, of course. This way, I've found a good compartment." As Ron helped Harry hoist his trunk onto the train, Hermione gave Bellatrix a reproving look. "You didn't need to intimidate him." "I didn't hex him," Bellatrix replied reasonably. "For me, that's practically a warm welcome." Andromeda rolled her eyes. "Ignore your aunt's idea of social niceties, Hermione. The Weasleys are good people, if a bit enthusiastic." They found Ron's compartment, which was currently empty, and stowed their trunks. As the warning whistle blew, they returned to the platform for final goodbyes. Andromeda hugged them both tightly. "Write as soon as you're settled," she instructed. "And remember, no matter what house you're sorted into, we'll be proud." Bellatrix finished unexpectedly. "Though I still think Slytherin would serve you both well." She smirked at Andromeda's exasperated expression. Harry suddenly felt a wave of emotion. Despite the strangeness of their family, despite Bellatrix's sharp edges and Andromeda's occasional overprotectiveness, these women had given him a home and love when he had none. The same for Hermione. He launched himself at Bellatrix, hugging her fiercely. She stiffened in surprise, then awkwardly patted his back. Physical affection had never been her strong suit. "Thank you," he whispered. "For everything." "Don't get sentimental on me now, Potter," she replied gruffly, but her hand briefly cradled the back of his head in a rare gesture of tenderness. Hermione joined the embrace, and after a moment, Andromeda as well, creating a tight knot of family amid the crowded platform. "You'll write every week?" Hermione confirmed, pulling back with suspiciously bright eyes. "More often if needed," Andromeda promised. "And remember, Dumbledore knows how to contact us instantly if there's trouble." "Which there won't be," Bellatrix said firmly. "Because you're both too smart to go looking for it. Right?" Harry and Hermione exchanged guilty glances, making both sisters narrow their eyes. "Right?" Bellatrix repeated more forcefully. "Of course," Hermione assured her. "Model students, that's us." "Absolutely," Harry agreed. "Library, classes, meals, bed? Nothing else." "Why don't I believe you?" Bellatrix muttered as the final whistle blew. With last hugs and promises to write, Harry and Hermione boarded the train. They leaned out the window, waving until the platform disappeared from view around a bend. When they turned back to the compartment, Ron Weasley was watching them with undisguised curiosity. "So," he said, "you're really being raised by Bellatrix Black?" "And Andromeda Tonks," Hermione corrected. "They're sisters." Ron whistled. "Mental. Dad says Bellatrix Black was Voldemort's most." He stopped abruptly, glancing nervously at the compartment door as if expecting Bellatrix to apparate in and curse him. "Most what?" Harry challenged. "Nothing." Ron backpedaled. "Just, people talk. But Dad always says not to judge on rumors." He quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, what house are you hoping for?" "I'll be Gryffindor for sure. My whole family's been there." The tension eased as they discussed houses, though Harry filed away Ron's unfinished comment for later consideration. They were joined shortly by Neville Longbottom, a round-faced boy searching for his lost toad, and the conversation flowed naturally to Hogwarts, Quidditch, and magical creatures. The compartment doors slid open again around midday, revealing Draco Malfoy flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Well, Draco drawled. "If it isn't Potter and Granger. I told Crabbe and Goyle it was you. Thought I should come say hello, seeing as we're practically cousins." "We're not related, Malfoy," Harry said coolly. "Your guardian is my mother's sister," Draco pointed out. "That makes us family, of a sort. Though I can't imagine why Aunt Bellatrix bothers with the mud." Harry was on his feet before Draco could finish the slur. "Careful," he warned. Draco smirked. "Touchy, aren't we? I just came to offer some friendly advice. You'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort." He glanced dismissively at Ron. "I can help you there." He extended his hand, and Harry was suddenly reminded of Bellatrix's warnings. Was Draco acting on his father's instructions? Was this a genuine olive branch, or the beginning of an attempt to manipulate him? Harry made his decision. "I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks." Draco's pale face flushed pink. "Be careful, Potter. Aunt Bellatrix won't be around to protect you at Hogwarts. Neither will your father," Harry countered. For a moment it looked like Draco might escalate the confrontation, but he merely sneered. "We'll see who's laughing when the sorting's done. Come on," he ordered Crabbe and Goyle, and the three departed. "Blimey," Ron said, looking at Harry with new respect. "You really told him." "Malfoy's been trying to get his hooks into Harry for years," Hermione explained, returning to her book. "His father sees Harry as some kind of prize to be won." "Why?" Neville asked, speaking up for the first time since Draco's arrival. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. The answer was complicated, involving politics and old alliances that would take too long to explain. "Pureblood politics," Harry said simply. "It's tedious." The conversation shifted to lighter topics as the train rolled northward. Hermione buried herself in Hogwarts, a history, for the 5th time, occasionally sharing interesting facts about the castle. Ron taught Harry the basics of exploding snap, while Neville spoke quietly about his interest in herbology. By the time they changed into their school robes, darkness had fallen outside the windows. Harry's stomach churned with a mixture of excitement and apprehension as the train began to slow. This was it, the beginning of their new life at Hogwarts. The Great Hall exceeded every description Harry had read. Thousands of candles floated in midair above 4 long tables where students sat, golden plates and goblets gleaming in the candlelight. At the top of the hall, the staff table ran perpendicular to the house tables, occupied by the professors who would shape their education for the next 7 years. "It's enchanted to look like the sky outside," Hermione whispered, pointing at the velvety black ceiling dotted with stars. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history," Harry finished with a grin. "You might have mentioned it once or twice." Professor McGonagall, a stern-looking witch who had greeted the first years, now placed a 4-legged stool in front of them. On top of the stool she put a pointed wizard's hat, patched, frayed, and extremely dirty. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she announced after the hat had sung its strange song about the 4 houses. Harry barely heard the names being called, his mind racing with possibilities. Where would the hat place him? Where would Hermione go? Would they be separated after all these years together? Granger, Hermione! McGonagall called. Hermione gave Harry's hand a quick squeeze before walking forward, her back straight despite her nerves. She sat on the stool and placed the hat carefully on her head. The hat took longer with Hermione than it had with some others. Harry could see her lips moving slightly, as if she were arguing with it. Finally, after nearly a minute, the hat shouted, "Gryffindor!" Harry applauded loudly as Hermione removed the hat, looking surprised but pleased. She joined the Gryffindor table, where Percy Weasley, a prefect they'd met on the train, made room for her. More names were called. Neville Longbottom also went to Gryffindor after a long deliberation. Draco Malfoy was immediately sorted into Slytherin, to no one's surprise. Finally, "Potter, Harry!" The hall fell silent as Harry stepped forward. Whispers suddenly broke out like little hissing fires all over the hall. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? Bellatrix Black's ward?" Harry sat on the stool, and the last thing he saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Next second he was looking at the black inside of the hat. He waited. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. But where to put you?" Harry gripped the edges of the stool. He thought of Bellatrix's fierce pride in her Slytherin identity, and Andromeda's quiet assertion that house didn't determine destiny. He thought of his birth parents, both Gryffindors who died protecting him. He thought of Hermione, already at the Gryffindor table. "You could be great, you know," the small voice continued. "It's all here in your head, and Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. But I see your heart too, and your loyalty. Better be Gryffindor." Harry heard the hat shout the last word to the whole hall. He took off the hat and walked shakily toward the Gryffindor table, where he was greeted by thunderous applause. Percy Weasley pumped his hand vigorously, while the Weasley twins chanted, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" He slid into the seat next to Hermione, who beamed at him. "I knew you'd be here," she said confidently. "The hat considered Slytherin," he admitted quietly. "Seriously considered it." "Mine wanted Ravenclaw," she whispered back. "I had to convince it otherwise." "You argued with a magical artifact and won?" Harry asked, impressed but not surprised. "That might be a record even for you." "I can be persuasive when it matters," she replied with a small smile. Ron joined them shortly after, looking relieved to have maintained his family tradition. As the sorting concluded and Dumbledore made a few eccentric announcements, Harry found himself studying the staff table with interest. There was Hagrid, the enormous groundskeeper who had met them at the station. Professor McGonagall, of course, now taking her seat beside Dumbledore. A tiny wizard Harry guessed must be Professor Flitwick, based on Andromeda's descriptions. A round, cheerful which could only be Professor Sprout. His eyes landed on a young man with a purple turban wrapped around his head, who was conversing nervously with a hook-nosed, sallow-skinned man with greasy black hair. "Who's that talking to the professor with the turban?" Harry asked Percy, pointing. "That's Professor Snape, head of Slytherin House. He teaches potions, but everyone knows he's after Professor Quirrell's job. Quirrell's the one with the turban, teaches defense against the dark arts." As Harry watched, Snape looked past Quirrell directly at him. A sharp, hot pain shot across the scar on Harry's forehead. "Ouch!" He clapped a hand to his head. "What's wrong?" Hermione asked immediately. "Nothing," Harry said, the pain already fading. "Just a headache." But he continued to watch Snape throughout the feast, noticing how the professor's gaze repeatedly returned to him, his expression inscrutable but intense. "I think Professor Snape doesn't like me very much," Harry noted. "He probably knows about Aunt Bella," Hermione speculated. "They would have been at Hogwarts around the same time, I think." The reminder of their unusual family situation dampened Harry's mood briefly. He wondered what the professors thought of them, the wards of Bellatrix Black, a woman whose reputation preceded her everywhere. As if reading his thoughts, Hermione nudged him. Stop overthinking. We're here to learn, not worry about adult politics. Harry nodded, returning his attention to the magnificent feast before them. She was right, as usual. Whatever challenges awaited them, they would face them together, as they always had. The first week of classes passed in a blur of new experiences. Harry and Hermione quickly established themselves as competent students, Hermione excelling in theory and Harry showing particular aptitude for practical applications, especially in charms and defense against the dark arts. They received their first letter from home 3 days after arrival, delivered by an austere-looking black owl at breakfast. That's Aunt Bella's owl, Hermione noted as the bird landed between their plates, extending a leg with a sealed parchment attached. Harry detached the letter while Hermione offered the owl some bacon, which it accepted with dignified restraint before taking flight again. Well? Ron asked, mouth full of toast. What do they say? Harry scanned the letter, written in Andromeda's neat handwriting with occasional interjections in Bellatrix's more aggressive script. They're glad we're in Gryffindor, he summarized. Though Aunt Bella says she's moderately disappointed we're not in Slytherin. That's practically approval from her, Hermione pointed out, reading over his shoulder. Oh look, they've started renovating Grimmauld Place properly. Creature remains obstinate but useful, that's diplomatic. Harry chuckled. And here's the real message, remember what we discussed regarding certain classmates and professors. Observe, record, report. He looked up at Hermione. They're still worried. Of course they are, Hermione said pragmatically. After what happened at home, they'll be on high alert for months. What happened at your home? Neville asked hesitantly, joining the conversation from across the table. Harry and Hermione had been vague about the attack on their cottage, mentioning only that they'd recently moved to London. Now they exchanged glances, silently debating how much to share. We had some unwelcome visitors, Harry said carefully. Death Eaters who escaped Azkaban. They destroyed our house. Neville's round face paled. Death Eaters? But why would they? He stopped, his eyes flicking to Harry's scar. Oh. Yeah. Harry confirmed grimly. They're still out there, some of them. Still loyal to Voldemort. Several nearby students gasped at the name. You shouldn't say the name, Ron hissed. Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself. Hermione quoted. Aunt Bella always says. She stopped abruptly, realizing what she was about to reveal. What does Bellatrix Black always say? Drawled a voice behind them. Draco Malfoy had approached their table, flanked as always by Crabbe and Goyle. Do share, Granger. We're all fascinated by the wisdom of my dear auntie. Shove off, Malfoy, Ron said hotly. Draco ignored him, his pale eyes fixed on Harry. I wrote to Mother about your sorting, Potter. She was quite surprised you ended up in Gryffindor. The family thought for sure you'd be in Slytherin, given your upbringing. Disappointed? Harry asked coolly. Merely intrigued, Draco replied. One wonders what Aunt Bellatrix is teaching you, if not proper ambition. Your aunt teaches us plenty, Hermione cut in. Including how to recognize when someone's trying to manipulate us. Draco's lip curled. Was I speaking to you, Granger? I don't recall addressing the help. Harry's hand moved to his wand, but Hermione caught his wrist under the table, squeezing in warning. Mr. Malfoy, came Professor McGonagall's crisp voice as she approached the table. I believe breakfast is served at your own house table. 5 points from Slytherin for attempting to provoke inter-house conflict. Draco's face flushed, but he nodded stiffly. Of course, Professor. I was merely having a family conversation with my cousin. Mr. Potter is not your cousin, McGonagall corrected. And even if he were, meal times are not for family reunions. Return to your table immediately. As Draco slunk away, McGonagall turned her stern gaze on Harry and Hermione. I should inform you both that Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you in his office after your morning classes. The password is chocolate frogs." With that, she departed, leaving Harry and Hermione exchanging worried glances. "What do you think Dumbledore wants?" Harry asked quietly. "Probably to check how we're settling in," Hermione reasoned. "Given our unusual situation. Or maybe Snape's been complaining about us," Ron suggested. "He's been glaring daggers at you both all week." Harry hadn't missed the potions master's apparent dislike. In their first lesson, Snape had singled Harry out immediately, peppering him with advanced questions no first year could reasonably be expected to answer. Only Hermione's frantic whispering had saved Harry from complete humiliation. "Whatever it is, we'll find out soon enough," Harry said, returning to his breakfast. But his appetite had diminished considerably. Dumbledore's office was a circular room filled with curious silver instruments that emitted puffs of smoke and made gentle whirring noises. Portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses dozed in their frames, while a magnificent red and gold bird, a phoenix, Harry realized with awe, perched behind the enormous claw-footed desk. "Ah, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger," Dumbledore greeted them, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "Thank you for coming. Please have a seat. Lemon drop?" They politely declined the offered candy and sat in the chairs facing his desk. "I trust you are both settling in well?" Dumbledore inquired. "Finding your classes stimulating? Making friends?" "Yes, sir," they answered in unison. "Excellent, excellent." Dumbledore steepled his long fingers. "I've received several letters from your guardians since your arrival. Ms. Black, in particular, seems most concerned about your safety." Harry nodded, unsurprised. "After the attack on our home, indeed," Dumbledore interrupted gently. "A most unfortunate incident. Rest assured, Hogwarts remains one of the safest places in Wizarding Britain. However," his expression grew more serious, "I feel I must ask if you have noticed anything unusual since your arrival?" Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. "Define unusual, Professor," Hermione requested cautiously. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again. "Precisely the clarification your Aunt Bellatrix would seek, Miss Granger. By unusual, I mean anything that made you uncomfortable or concerned. Any interactions with students or staff that seemed threatening or overly inquisitive about your home life." Harry thought of Snape's hostility and Draco's probing comments, but those hardly seemed worth reporting to the headmaster. "Nothing beyond normal school politics, sir," he said carefully. "Draco Malfoy has made some comments," Hermione added, "but nothing specific. Just general unpleasantness." "I see." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "And your scar, Harry? Has it troubled you at all?" Harry's hand instinctively went to his forehead. "It hurt briefly during the welcome feast, sir, when I was looking at Professor Snape. But it hasn't happened again." Dumbledore's expression remained neutral, but Harry had the distinct impression that this information was significant to him. "I see," the headmaster repeated. "And have either of you experienced any unusual dreams? Any visitations in the night?" "No, sir," they both answered, now thoroughly confused. What exactly was Dumbledore worried about? "Excellent." Dumbledore smiled, abruptly shifting to a more cheerful tone. "In that case, I merely wish to assure you both that my door is always open should you need assistance. Hogwarts looks after its own, and you are very much part of our family now." The dismissal was clear, but Harry wasn't ready to leave without answers. "Sir," he said hesitantly, "may I ask, what exactly are you concerned might happen?" Dumbledore regarded him thoughtfully over his spectacles. "A reasonable question, Harry. I believe in being honest with young people, within the bounds of what is appropriate for their age and circumstances." He paused. "Your guardians informed me of certain conversations overheard during the attack on your home. Conversations suggesting that Lord Voldemort's followers believe he may return." Despite having heard the name spoken freely at home, Harry still felt a chill at hearing Dumbledore say it so casually. "Do you think that's possible, sir?" Hermione asked, her voice small, In the wizarding world, Ms. Granger, very little is truly impossible, Dumbledore replied gravely. But I assure you both that every precaution has been taken to ensure your safety here at Hogwarts. Is that why the third-floor corridor is out of bounds? Harry asked suddenly. For our protection? Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, surprise, perhaps, or approval. You are quite perceptive, Harry. The restricted area is indeed related to security measures, though not specifically for you. Now, he rose from his chair. I believe you have an afternoon transfiguration lesson to attend? Professor McGonagall does not appreciate tardiness, even when the headmaster is responsible. As they descended the spiral staircase from Dumbledore's office, Hermione whispered, He's hiding something. Obviously. Harry agreed. But what? And why mention Voldemort potentially returning, then brush it off? To prepare us without frightening us. Hermione reasoned. Classic adult strategy. Well, I'm officially both prepared and frightened. Harry muttered. Mission accomplished. They hurried to Transfiguration, minds buzzing with new questions. If Dumbledore himself was concerned enough to monitor Harry's scar and ask about unusual dreams, the threat must be more concrete than Bellatrix and Andromeda had let on. Harry resolved to pay closer attention to everything around him, especially Professor Snape, whose hostile interest continued unabated in their twice-weekly potions lessons. October brought colder weather and increasing academic demands. Harry and Hermione settled into a routine that balanced classwork, exploration of the castle, and careful observation of their classmates, particularly those from families Bellatrix had flagged as potentially problematic. Their weekly letters home became a catalogue of minor incidents and impressions: Snape's persistent antagonism toward Harry, Draco's attempts to provoke them, Professor Quirrell's strangely inconsistent teaching style, where moments of surprising insight were interspersed with nervous stammering and apparent incompetence. I don't understand why Dumbledore hired him, Hermione complained one evening in the common room, after a particularly useless defense lesson. Half the time he seems terrified of his own subject, and the other half he's different somehow. More focused. Almost like two different people. Maybe he has a split personality, suggested Ron, who had become their regular companion despite his initial wariness of their connection to Bellatrix. Harry considered this, remembering how his scar occasionally prickled during Quirrell's lessons, especially when the professor's back was turned. There was something off about the man, but Harry couldn't quite identify what. What did your aunt say about the third-floor corridor? Ron asked, changing the subject. Have they got any insider information? Harry shook his head. They're being surprisingly tight-lipped. Aunt Bella just wrote stay away from it if you value your limbs, and Aunt Andy said it's Dumbledore's business, not ours. Very helpful, Ron snorted. I think they know more than they're saying, Hermione mused. But they don't want to put anything sensitive in writing. Their speculations were interrupted by the arrival of Neville, who hopped awkwardly into the common room. His legs had been stuck together with what they all recognized immediately as the leg locker curse. Malfoy, he explained miserably after Hermione performed the counter curse. He said he wanted to practice. Harry felt a surge of anger. You should report him, Neville. No, Neville said quickly. I don't want more trouble. You've got to stand up to him, Ron insisted. He's used to walking all over people, but that's no reason to lie down in front of him and make it easier. There's no need to tell me I'm not brave enough to be in Gryffindor. Malfoy's already done that, Neville choked out. Harry felt in the pocket of his robes and pulled out a chocolate frog, the last one from the box Andromeda had sent him. He gave it to Neville, who looked as though he might cry. You're worth 12 of Malfoy, Harry said firmly. The Sorting Hat chose you for Gryffindor, didn't it? And where's Malfoy? In stinking Slytherin. Neville's lips twitched in a weak smile as he unwrapped the frog. Thanks, Harry. I think I'll go to bed. Want the card? You collect them, don't you? As Neville handed over the famous wizard card and trudged away to the dormitory, Harry looked at it, Albus Dumbledore again. He turned the card over and gasped. I've found him, he whispered urgently to Ron and Hermione. I've found Flammel! Listen to this. Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work on alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Hermione jumped to her feet, looking uncharacteristically excited. Stay here, she ordered before dashing up the stairs to the girls' dormitory. She returned moments later, carrying an enormous old book. I checked this out weeks ago for a bit of light reading, she explained, ignoring Ron's mutter of light. She flipped through the pages frantically. Here it is. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. The what? Ron and Harry said together. Honestly, don't you two read? Hermione pushed the book toward them, pointing at a passage. The Philosopher's Stone transforms any metal into pure gold. It also produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. Understanding dawned on Harry. That's what's hidden on the 3rd floor. That's what the dog is guarding. A stone that makes gold and stops you from ever dying. Ron marveled. No wonder Snape's after it. Anyone would want it. And that's why the 3rd floor corridor is forbidden, Hermione added. The stone must be incredibly valuable and dangerous in the wrong hands. Harry's mind was racing. We should tell Dumbledore what we know. About the stone? He already knows it's there, Ron pointed out. No, about Snape trying to steal it, Harry clarified. Hermione looked uncertain. Do we have actual proof that Snape is after the stone? All we know for sure is that he dislikes you, Harry. Who else could it be? Ron demanded. You've seen how he acts, like a great suspicious bat, always lurking around. Harry considered this. Let's watch him more closely. If we catch him trying to get past that 3-headed dog again, then we'll have proof. Hermione nodded reluctantly. I suppose that's reasonable. But we should also keep an eye on anyone else acting suspiciously. Like Quirrell, Harry suggested, thinking of his prickling scar. There's something not right about him. Ron scoffed. Quirrell? He's terrified of his own shadow. No way he's brave enough to go after the stone. Maybe, Harry conceded. But Aunt Bella always says appearances can be deceiving. We should watch everyone. As they returned to their homework, Harry felt a growing sense of unease. If the Philosopher's Stone was indeed hidden at Hogwarts, it would be a powerful lure for anyone seeking wealth or immortality, including, potentially, supporters of Voldemort who believed their master might return. He resolved to include this discovery in his next letter home, carefully coded in case of interception. Bellatrix would want to know immediately. Halloween arrived with the delicious smell of baking pumpkin wafting through the corridors. The great hall had been decorated with live bats that fluttered from the walls and ceiling, while enormous pumpkins Hagrid had grown served as lanterns on each table. Harry was looking forward to the feast, but his excitement was dampened by Hermione's subdued mood. Halloween was always difficult for her. It marked the anniversary of her parents' deaths and the post-war Death Eater attacks. Though she rarely spoke of them, Harry knew she carried the grief close to her heart. Are you all right? He asked quietly as they left Charms class, where Hermione had partnered with Ron with disastrous results. Ron's poor pronunciation of Wingardium Leviosa had led to a minor explosion and a snippy correction from Hermione. I'm fine, she said unconvincingly. Just, the day. Harry nodded. He understood anniversary grief all too well. His own parents had died on Halloween too, though he had no conscious memory of them. Want to skip the feast? We could have our own memorial in the common room. She shook her head. No, Aunt Bella always says the best way to honor the dead is to live fully. I want to go to the feast. They were interrupted by Ron catching up to them, still smarting from Hermione's criticism in class. She's a nightmare, honestly, he was saying loudly to Dean Thomas. No wonder she hasn't got any friends except Harry, and that's only because they were raised together. Hermione's face crumpled. She pushed past Ron, clearly fighting tears. I think she heard you, Dean observed unnecessarily. So? Ron looked uncomfortable but defiant. She must have noticed she's got no friends. Harry rounded on him furiously. She has friends. I'm her friend because I choose to be, not because we were raised together. And you're supposed to be her friend too, or have you forgotten the last 2 months? Ron had the grace to look ashamed. I didn't mean save it. Harry cut him off. I'm going to find Hermione. She doesn't need this today of all days. He spent the next hour searching for her without success. Finally, he overheard Parvati Patil telling Lavender Brown that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and wanted to be left alone. Harry hesitated outside the bathroom door, torn between respecting Hermione's privacy and making sure she was all right. Before he could decide, the warning bell for the feast sounded. He resolved to check on her afterward, perhaps with food smuggled from the Great Hall to coax her out. The Halloween feast was as magnificent as promised, but Harry found himself unable to fully enjoy it, his mind on Hermione alone in the bathroom. Ron, sitting beside him, also looked miserable. I've been a git, he admitted. I didn't know it was, an anniversary for her. It is, Harry confirmed. For me too, actually. My parents died on Halloween. Ron looked stricken. Bloody hell, Harry, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Harry shrugged. It's not something I advertise. But yeah, Halloween's complicated in our family. Their conversation was interrupted by Professor Quirrell, who came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. Troll! He gasped, reaching Dumbledore's chair. In the dungeons, thought you ought to know. He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. The hall erupted in panic until Dumbledore shot purple firecrackers from his wand for silence. He instructed the prefects to lead their houses back to their dormitories while the teachers headed to the dungeons. As Percy led the Gryffindors out, Harry suddenly grabbed Ron's arm. Hermione! She doesn't know about the troll! Ron's eyes widened. Oh no! Without hesitation, they slipped away from the group and headed toward the girls' bathroom. As they rounded a corner, they spotted Professor Snape hurrying in the opposite direction, away from the dungeons and toward the 3rd floor. What's he doing? Harry whispered. Why isn't he with the other teachers? No idea, Ron replied. But we need to find Hermione. They continued cautiously, wrinkling their noses at a foul odor that grew stronger as they proceeded, a mixture of old socks and the kind of public toilet no one cleans. Then they heard it, a low grunting, and the shuffling of enormous feet. At the end of the passage they saw it, a monstrous creature, 12 feet tall with granite-gray skin, a lumpy body, and a small bald head. It was holding a huge wooden club that dragged along the floor. The troll stopped beside a doorway and peered inside, waggling its long ears. After a moment, it slouched through the open door. The key's in the lock, Harry muttered. We could lock it in. Good idea, Ron agreed nervously. They crept toward the door and with one swift movement, Harry grabbed the key, slammed the door, and turned the lock. Yes! They exclaimed together, starting to run back up the passage. But their triumph was cut short by a high, petrified scream from inside the locked room, the girls' bathroom. Hermione! Harry gasped, immediately turning back. With shaking hands, he unlocked the door, and they burst inside. Hermione was shrinking against the opposite wall, looking as if she was about to faint. The troll was advancing on her, knocking sinks off the walls as it went. Confuse it! Harry said desperately to Ron, seizing a tap and throwing it against the wall. The troll stopped, blinking stupidly, and turned its ugly head toward Harry. It hesitated, then made for him instead, lifting its club. Oi, pea-brain! Yelled Ron, throwing a metal pipe at it. The troll didn't even notice, but it heard the yell and paused again, turning toward Ron and giving Harry time to run around it. Hermione, move! Harry shouted, trying to pull her toward the door, but she couldn't move, still pressed against the wall in terror. The troll was getting angrier by the second, lumbering toward Ron, who was nearest and had no way to escape. Harry did something both very brave and very foolish. He took a running jump and managed to fasten his arms around the troll's neck from behind. The troll couldn't feel Harry hanging there, but it definitely noticed when Harry's wand, still in his hand, went straight up one of its nostrils. Howling with pain, the troll twisted and flailed its club, with Harry clinging on for dear life. Hermione had sunk to the floor in fright. Ron pulled out his own wand and, with sudden clarity, performed the levitation charm they'd learned that morning. Wingardium Leviosa! The club flew out of the troll's hand, rose high into the air, turned slowly over, and dropped, with a sickening crack, onto its owner's head. The troll swayed on the spot and then fell flat on its face, with a thud that made the whole room tremble. Harry got to his feet, shaking and out of breath. Ron stood there with his wand still raised, staring at what he had done. It was Hermione who spoke first. "Is it dead?" "I don't think so," Harry answered, bending to pull his wand out of the troll's nose. It was covered in lumpy gray snot. "Ugh, troll bogies!" He wiped it on the troll's trousers. A sudden slamming and loud footsteps made the three of them look up. Professor McGonagall had come bursting into the room, closely followed by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly down on a toilet, clutching his heart. Snape bent over the troll, while McGonagall was looking at Ron and Harry with the coldest fury they had ever seen. Her lips were white. "What on earth were you thinking?" she demanded, with cold fury in her voice. "You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" Then a small voice came from the shadows. "Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me." "Miss Granger!" Hermione had managed to get to her feet at last. "I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, because I've read all about them." Harry's jaw dropped. Hermione Granger, telling a downright lie to a teacher? "If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now," she continued. Harry stuck his wand up its nose and Ron knocked it out with its own club. "They didn't have time to fetch anyone. It was about to finish me off when they arrived." "Well, in that case," said Professor McGonagall, staring at the three of them. "Miss Granger, you foolish girl, how could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own?" Hermione hung her head. Harry was speechless. Hermione was the last person to do anything against the rules, and here she was, pretending she had, to get them out of trouble. "Miss Granger, 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for this," said Professor McGonagall. "I'm very disappointed in you. As for you two gentlemen," she turned to Harry and Ron, "I suppose it was pure luck that you even found Miss Granger, but few first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. You each win Gryffindor 5 points. Professor Dumbledore will be informed of this. You may go." They hurried out of the chamber, not speaking until they had climbed 2 floors up, the adrenaline still coursing through their veins. "Thanks for coming to find me," Hermione said in a small voice. "No problem," Ron replied awkwardly. "Brilliant lying, by the way. Didn't think you had it in you. Aunt Bella's influence." Harry grinned, feeling the tension dissipate. "She always says a good lie needs just enough truth to be believable." "Your aunt sounds terrifying," Ron said, but he was smiling now. "She is," Hermione confirmed. "But in the best possible way." As they walked back to Gryffindor Tower, something shifted between the three of them. From that moment on, Hermione Granger became their friend, not just Harry's childhood companion, but a true friend to Ron as well. There are some things you can't share without ending up liking each other, and knocking out a 12-foot mountain troll is one of them. Later that night, as they sat by the fire in the common room eating the food Ron had pocketed from the abandoned feast, Harry remembered something. "Snape," he said suddenly. "He wasn't in the dungeons with the other teachers. He was heading for the 3rd floor." "You're right," Ron agreed. "You think he let the troll in as a diversion, so he could try to get past that dog and steal whatever it's guarding?" "The Philosopher's Stone," Hermione whispered, glancing around to ensure they weren't overheard. "It makes sense. With everyone dealing with the troll, he'd have a clear shot at it." Harry frowned, remembering Snape's appearance in the bathroom. "But he was limping when he came in. Maybe the dog got him?" "Serves him right," Ron said vehemently. We need to tell someone. Hermione insisted. Dumbledore, or we don't have proof. Harry reminded her. Just suspicions. We need more information before we make accusations against the professor. As Hermione reluctantly agreed, Harry felt his scar prickle uncomfortably. He rubbed it absently, thinking of Professor Quirrell's strange behavior, first announcing the troll, then fainting, then being utterly useless when confronting it. Something wasn't adding up, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what. I'm writing to Aunt Bella tonight, he decided. She might have insights about Snape. They must have known each other during the war. Be careful what you put in writing, Hermione cautioned. Remember what she always says about assuming all correspondence is being monitored. Harry finished. I know. I'll be subtle. Ron snorted. Subtle like a bludger to the face, knowing you. Hey! Harry protested, but he was laughing too. The fear of the evening had given way to a warm glow of friendship and shared adventure. Whatever mysteries Hogwarts held, whatever dangers lurked, they would face them together. November brought the start of the Quidditch season and with it, Harry's unexpected debut as Gryffindor's new seeker. Professor McGonagall had witnessed his natural flying ability during their first broom lesson, when he'd swooped to catch Neville's Remembrall after Draco stole it, and immediately recommended him to Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor team captain. The resulting letter home had produced mixed reactions. Andromeda expressed concern about his safety, while Bellatrix sent him a top-of-the-line Nimbus 2000 with a note saying simply, Don't lose. B. The morning of his first match, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin, Harry received another note, this one delivered by Hedwig during breakfast. Who's it from? Ron asked through a mouthful of porridge. Harry checked the elegant handwriting. Aunt Andy. Listen to this, dear Harry. Bella and I will be attending your match today as Dumbledore's guests. Try not to fall off your broom or die spectacularly, as Bella has a significant wager on Gryffindor winning and would be most displeased. With love, Andromeda. P.S. Bella says to remind you that losing is not an option. Hermione looked up from her toast with alarm. They're coming here? Today? Apparently. Harry confirmed, feeling a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Guess Dumbledore made an exception to the usual no visitors policy. My brother said your aunt has a lifetime ban from Hogwarts Quidditch matches. Ron said hesitantly. Something about hexing the entire Hufflepuff team in her 7th year when they beat Slytherin for the cup. That sounds like Aunt Bella, Harry admitted. But I'm sure Dumbledore wouldn't have invited her if it was still an issue. Hermione looked unconvinced. I hope she behaves herself. The last thing we need is for her to confirm everyone's worst impressions. Harry silently agreed. While he was thrilled his guardians would see his first match, he was acutely aware of how Bellatrix's presence might be received. The professors had been professionally neutral regarding his and Hermione's unusual family situation, but the student body's reaction had ranged from fascinated curiosity to outright suspicion. Speaking of impressions, Ron said, lowering his voice, Snape's been limping since Halloween. Fred and George saw him in the staff room yesterday, tending to a nasty bite on his leg. Definitely from that three-headed dog. So he did try to get past it while everyone was distracted by the troll. Hermione whispered. He's after the Philosopher's Stone. Harry frowned, his gaze drifting to the staff table where Snape sat beside Professor Quirrell. As he watched, Quirrell's shoulders hunched defensively while Snape spoke to him in what appeared to be threatening tones. Maybe, Harry said slowly. Or maybe he's trying to stop someone else from stealing it. Like who? Ron scoffed. Before Harry could answer, the mail arrived in its usual flurry of owls. To his surprise, a sleek black ministry owl landed in front of him, depositing a small package before taking flight again. What's that? Hermione asked. Harry carefully opened it to find a small silver pendant on a chain, accompanied by a note in Bellatrix's unmistakable jagged handwriting. Wear this during the match. It deflects minor hexes. Someone tampered with your broom maintenance kit last night. We've handled it. Be vigilant. B. Someone tampered with my kit? Harry repeated, alarmed. The team's broom maintenance supplies were kept in the Quidditch changing rooms, accessible only to players. That's serious, Ron said, eyes wide. If your broom malfunctioned mid-flight, you'd fall to your death, Hermione finished bluntly. But how did Aunt Bella know? She's not even here yet. Harry slipped the pendant around his neck, tucking it under his robes. She has her sources, he said vaguely, though in truth, he had no idea how Bellatrix had uncovered the threat. Her spy network extended far beyond what she officially acknowledged. You should tell McGonagall, Hermione insisted. After the match, Harry decided. I don't want to risk it being cancelled. Hermione looked ready to argue, but would chose that moment to collect Harry for pre-game preparations, cutting off further discussion. As Harry followed his captain to the changing rooms, he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Who would tamper with his broom kit? Slytherin rivalry seemed the obvious answer, but Bellatrix's warning carried a sense of more serious threat. He remembered her training. Never assume a simple explanation when your life is at risk. Look deeper, look wider. Who benefits most from your death? That's your true enemy. In this case, who would benefit from Harry Potter falling to his death during a school Quidditch match? The answer that came to mind sent a chill down his spine. Supporters of Voldemort who believed their master might return. With this unsettling thought, Harry changed into his Quidditch robes, clutching the silver pendant like a talisman. Whatever happened during the match, at least he knew Bellatrix and Andromeda would be watching, and nobody in their right mind would attempt anything with Bellatrix Black in attendance. The Quidditch stadium was packed, students and faculty filling the stands, their colorful house banners flapping in the breeze. Harry scanned the teacher's box and spotted them immediately, Andromeda looking elegant in deep blue robes, and beside her, unmistakable despite her more subdued attire, Bellatrix. Unlike the disguise she'd worn at King's Cross, today she made no attempt to conceal her identity, her wild black hair and striking features drawing curious glances from nearby spectators. When she caught Harry looking, she gave him a single, imperious nod, her version of enthusiastic encouragement. Andromeda, more demonstrative, waved cheerfully. Your aunts are terrifying, but muttered as they prepared to mount their brooms. Especially the older one. She just threatened to hex me if I let you get injured. That's just her way of saying good luck, Harry assured him, though he suspected Bellatrix had been deadly serious. The match began with Madame Hooch's whistle, and Harry soared into the air, the wind rushing through his hair as he took up his position high above the action, searching for the golden snitch. Below, the game proceeded at its usual frenetic pace, with Slytherin quickly employing their trademark aggressive tactics. From his vantage point, Harry continued scanning for the snitch while keeping an eye on Terence Higgs, the Slytherin seeker. Lee Jordan's colorful commentary echoed around the stadium, occasionally reprimanded by Professor McGonagall for its blatant Gryffindor bias. And Angelina Johnson scores 10 points to Gryffindor. Bad luck, Slytherins, but what can you expect from a team that values ancestry over ability? No offense to any particular ancient and noble houses in attendance today. Harry grinned as he imagined McGonagall's reaction to that thinly veiled reference to Bellatrix. He circled higher, enjoying the freedom of flight, when suddenly his broom gave a frightening lurch. He gripped the handle tightly, confused. The Nimbus 2000 had never behaved like this before. It happened again. The broom jerked violently, as if trying to buck him off. Harry tried to turn back toward the Gryffindor goalposts, but the broom wouldn't respond. It zigzagged through the air, making wild, unexpected movements. Lee's commentary continued, oblivious to Harry's predicament. Slytherin in possession, Flint with the quaffle, passes Spinnet, passes Bell, hit hard in the face by a bludger, hope it broke his nose, only joking, Professor, Slytherin score. The Slytherins were cheering. Nobody seemed to have noticed that Harry's broom was behaving strangely, carrying him higher and higher, jerking and twitching as it went. Then people started pointing. His broom had begun rolling over and over, with him only just managing to hold on. The whole crowd gasped as the Nimbus gave a wild jerk and Harry swung off it, now dangling from it with only one hand. Someone's jinxing the broom. Hermione gasped from the stands, grabbing Ron's binoculars. She frantically scanned the crowds, then the teacher's box. In the staff section, Bellatrix had risen to her feet, her wand already drawn as she searched for the source of the interference. Her eyes locked on Professor Quirrell, who was staring unblinkingly at Harry, muttering under his breath. "It's Quirrell!" Hermione exclaimed. "He's cursing the broom." "Quirrell?" Ron said incredulously. "Are you sure it's not Snape? He hates Harry." "I know a curse when I see one," Hermione insisted. "I've read all about them. You've got to maintain eye contact, and Quirrell's not blinking." Before either of them could decide on a course of action, a commotion erupted in the teacher's box. Bellatrix had shoved her way through the faculty, wand pointed directly at Quirrell. "Stop the curse or I stop your heart!" she snarled, loud enough for nearby students to hear. Quirrell's concentration broke as he turned to face her, stammering in apparent confusion. What? I don't know what you mean." In that moment of distraction, Harry's broom stopped jerking. He managed to swing himself back on, relief flooding his body as he regained control. Without hesitation, he dived toward the ground, having spotted a glint of gold during his struggle. The crowd gasped as Harry plummeted, hand outstretched. He pulled out of the dive mere feet from the ground, stumbling off his broom and falling to his knees. He clapped his hand to his mouth as if he was going to be sick, and then coughed something golden into his palm. "I've got the snitch!" he shouted, waving it above his head, and the game ended in complete confusion. 20 minutes later, Harry found himself in Dumbledore's office, along with Bellatrix, Andromeda, Professor McGonagall, and a pale-faced Professor Quirrell. "Absolutely outrageous accusations," McGonagall was saying heatedly. "Professor Quirrell is a member of this faculty, Ms. Black. You cannot simply threaten his life in front of the entire school." "I can when he's trying to murder my ward," Bellatrix retorted, standing with arms crossed, unrepentant. "Preposterous," Quirrell stammered. "I was merely concerned for the bee-boy. I was performing a counterjinx. A counterjinx doesn't require that level of concentration or that particular wand movement," Bellatrix snapped. "I know dark magic when I see it, Quirrell." "That is quite enough," Dumbledore interrupted, his usual twinkle absent from his blue eyes. "These are serious accusations, Miss Black. Do you have evidence beyond your suspicions?" "The boy's broom was being controlled externally," Bellatrix insisted. "Someone powerful was directing it, and Quirrell had the clearest line of sight and never broke eye contact. Classic signs of a remote manipulation curse." "I must protest this treatment," Quirrell said, his voice quavering. "I am a professor at this school. I would never harm a student." Harry, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "My scar hurts when I'm near Professor Quirrell," he said quietly. "Especially when his back is to me. It's been happening since the welcome feast." All eyes turned to him. Dumbledore's expression grew even more serious. "Your scar, Harry? You're certain?" Harry nodded. "It happened again during the match, when the broom started jerking. And on Halloween, during the troll incident." "Interesting timing, that troll," Bellatrix observed coldly. "A perfect distraction for someone trying to access the third floor, wouldn't you say, Headmaster?" Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly. "You seem remarkably well informed about matters that should be confidential, Ms. Black." "I make it my business to be informed when it concerns my family's safety," she replied without apology. "The stone is too dangerous to be here, especially with incompetent security measures like a Cerberus behind a door that a simple Alohomora can unlock. The dog is merely the first line of defense," Dumbledore assured her. "There are other protections in place. Yet someone has already attempted to breach them at least twice," Bellatrix countered. McGonagall looked startled. "Twice? What do you mean?" Andromeda, who had remained diplomatically silent until now, intervened. "Perhaps this discussion would be better continued without Harry present?" He's had quite an ordeal today. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed readily. Harry, would you mind waiting outside for a few moments? Professor McGonagall, perhaps you could escort Professor Quirrell back to his quarters. I believe he's had sufficient excitement for one day as well. As Harry left the office, accompanied by a still protesting Quirrell and a tight-lipped McGonagall, he caught Bellatrix's meaningful glance. The message was clear: observe, remember, report. He loitered in the hallway outside Dumbledore's office after McGonagall and Quirrell departed, hoping to overhear something useful. To his surprise, the gargoyle guarding the entrance moved aside almost immediately, and Andromeda emerged. Your aunt will be a while yet, she said, unsurprised to find Harry waiting. She and Dumbledore have matters to discuss. Is she in trouble for threatening Quirrell? Harry asked as they walked together down the corridor. Probably, Andromeda admitted. Though Bella rarely concerns herself with minor inconveniences like school rules or public decorum. Harry grinned despite himself. The match was pretty exciting, wasn't it? Even with the murder attempt. Exciting isn't quite how I'd describe watching my nephew nearly fall to his death, Andromeda replied dryly. But your catch was impressive. James would have been very proud. The mention of his father sobered Harry. Do you think Quirrell was really trying to kill me? Why would he do that? Andromeda considered her words carefully. I think there are forces at work here beyond what they appear. Bella believes, well, she has theories. Theories that Dumbledore shares, to some extent. About Voldemort coming back, Harry stated bluntly. About the Philosopher's Stone being a way to help him do it. Andromeda looked startled. You know about the stone? How? Research, Harry said vaguely. Plus, it wasn't hard to piece together after Dumbledore's warning about the third-floor corridor and the three-headed dog guarding a trapdoor. You've seen the Cerberus? Andromeda asked faintly. Dear Merlin, does Bella know? Not yet, Harry admitted. It was an accident. We got lost one night and ended up in the wrong corridor. Andromeda sighed deeply. Of course you did. Well, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You've inherited your mother's curiosity and your father's disregard for rules, a dangerous combination. They continued walking in companionable silence until they reached the entrance hall, where students were still excitedly discussing the match and Bellatrix's dramatic confrontation with Quirrell. Your aunt made quite an impression, Andromeda observed, nodding toward a group of first-years who were reenacting the scene with exaggerated wand movements. She usually does, Harry said with a mixture of pride and embarrassment. Will you be staying at Hogwarts tonight? No, we'll return to London once Bella finishes with Dumbledore. But we'll write soon, and of course we'll be back for the holidays. She squeezed his shoulder. Be careful, Harry. Watch out for Hermione, and let her watch out for you. And please try to stay away from three-headed dogs and possessed professors, if you can manage it. Possessed? Harry repeated sharply. You think Quirrell is possessed? Andromeda's expression became guarded. I didn't say that. But Aunt Bella thinks so, Harry pressed. That's why my scar hurts around him, isn't it? She thinks Voldemort is somehow possessing Quirrell. Harry, Andromeda said firmly, this is not a conversation to have in a public hallway. If Bella has theories, she'll share them with you when appropriate. Before Harry could argue further, Bellatrix herself appeared at the top of the marble staircase, her expression thunderous as she descended to join them. Pompous, condescending old goat, she muttered. Still thinks he knows what's best for everyone. I take it your discussion with Dumbledore went well, Andromeda said mildly. Bellatrix snorted. About as well as you'd expect. He agrees there's a threat but refuses to remove the stone or expel Quirrell without concrete evidence. As if attempted murder in front of hundreds of witnesses isn't evidence enough. What about my scar? Harry asked. Doesn't that prove something's wrong with Quirrell? Bellatrix's gaze sharpened. It proves something, certainly. But Dumbledore prefers his own theories about your connection to the Dark Lord. She glanced around the entrance hall, noting the curious stares from passing students. This isn't the place. We'll discuss it over the holidays, and Harry, her voice lowered to a dangerous whisper. If that turbaned menace so much as looks at you wrong, you use that pendant immediately. Understand? Harry nodded, one hand automatically going to the silver charm still hidden beneath his robes. Yes, Aunt Bella. Good boy. She straightened, assuming her public persona once more. Now, I believe congratulations are in order for your victory. Youngest seeker in a century, and already winning matches. Your mother would have had kittens from worry, but your father would have been insufferably proud. The rare mention of both his parents made Harry smile. Thanks for coming. And for, stopping Quirrell from killing me. All part of the Guardian's service. Bellatrix replied with a casual wave of her hand. Though next time, try to arrange assassination attempts at more convenient times. I was in the middle of redecorating the drawing room. I'll do my best, Harry promised, matching her sardonic tone. As they said their goodbyes in the entrance hall, Bellatrix offering a stiff, awkward hug and Andromeda a warmer embrace, Harry couldn't help but reflect on how his unusual family had shaped him. Bellatrix's paranoia and combat training, combined with Andromeda's steadying influence, had prepared him for threats most 11-year-olds couldn't imagine. If Voldemort was indeed attempting to return, through Quirrell, through the Philosopher's Stone, or through some other means, Harry would be ready. Not just because of his mysterious survival as a baby, but because Bellatrix Black had raised him to fight back. Remember, Bellatrix said as a final instruction, constant vigilance. Trust your instincts. And write to us about anything suspicious, coded of course. I will, Harry promised. See you at Christmas. As his guardians departed, Harry hurried back to Gryffindor Tower, eager to share what he'd learned with Hermione and Ron. The mystery of Professor Quirrell, the Philosopher's Stone, and his painful scar had just become significantly more complex, and potentially more dangerous. But as Bellatrix had taught him from his earliest days, danger was merely opportunity with sharper teeth. And Harry James Potter had been raised to handle both. Chapter 3, Blood and Choices. Platform 9 3/4 looked like something out of a Christmas card, steam from the Hogwarts Express billowing in the frosty air, holiday decorations strung between lampposts, students bundled in scarves and coats, as they reunited with waiting families. Harry spotted Bellatrix immediately. Unlike most parents chatting in friendly groups, she stood alone, back against a pillar, eyes constantly scanning the platform. Even in a peaceful setting, she positioned herself like a soldier expecting an ambush. There they are. Hermione nudged him, pointing to where Andromeda had joined her sister, carrying 2 steaming cups. They're like night and day, Ron observed from beside them. He'd spent the train ride helping them strategize about the Philosopher's Stone mystery, and was now waiting for his own family. Hard to believe they're related. Harry had to agree. Andromeda wore a stylish winter coat in deep burgundy, her hair neatly arranged, smiling and nodding at passing acquaintances. Bellatrix, in contrast, wore all black, as usual, her wild hair partially tamed into a loose braid, her posture radiating dangerous energy that caused most people to give her a wide berth. Remember, Hermione whispered as they gathered their trunks. Don't mention the stone in your letters home. Your aunt's mail is definitely being monitored after the Quidditch incident. I know, Harry assured her. We'll pick this up after break. They'd spent weeks researching Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone, becoming increasingly convinced that Quirrell, possibly possessed by Voldemort, was after it. As they approached their guardians, Harry noticed Bellatrix's critical assessment. Her eyes noted their posture, alertness, and the positioning of their wands accessible but not visible, exactly as she'd taught them. You've grown, she said by way of greeting. It wasn't entirely true, 3 months had added perhaps an inch to Harry's height, but he understood what she meant. They'd changed in ways beyond the physical. Andromeda had no such restraint, pulling both children into a tight embrace. We've missed you terribly. The house feels enormous without you causing trouble in every corner. I take offense to that. Harry grinned. We cause trouble in very specific corners. Only the ones with the best acoustics. Hermione added. Bellatrix's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. Your humor's improved, at least. Come on, the car's waiting. Car? Harry echoed in surprise. The Black sisters typically preferred magical transportation. Ministry provided, Andromeda explained as they navigated toward the barrier. With expanded security after recent events. The recent events being Bellatrix publicly accusing a Hogwarts professor of attempted murder. The Daily Prophet had covered the Quidditch incident extensively, with headlines ranging from Black Air Protects Potter to Deranged EX Death Eater Disrupts School Match. Outside the station, a sleek black car with darkened windows waited at the curb, a grim-faced driver holding the door. As they approached, Harry recognized the distinct magical signature of aura protective spells surrounding the vehicle. Is that Kingsley? He whispered to Hermione, spotting a tall figure in the front passenger seat. Ministry's taking no chances, Bellatrix muttered, ushering them inside. Not after I made their precious defense professor wet himself in front of the school. Once settled in the magically expanded back seat, with Kingsley Shacklebolt confirming his role as security detail, Andromeda turned to the children with genuine interest. Tell us everything, well, everything appropriate, she amended with a glance at Bellatrix. Your letters were informative but clearly edited. Harry and Hermione exchanged looks, silently negotiating what to share with Kingsley present. They settled on academic achievements and harmless social updates. Harry's Quidditch success, Hermione's top marks and charms, their friendship with Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom. And how's dear Draco? Bellatrix asked with false sweetness. Still attempting to curry favor while simultaneously insulting everything you stand for? Bella, Andromeda chided. He's just a child. And our nephew, technically. He called Hermione a mudblood last week, Harry said flatly. The temperature in the car seemed to drop several degrees. Even Kingsley shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Did he now? Bellatrix's voice was dangerously soft. And how did you respond? Harry met her gaze directly. I hexed him. Harry! Andromeda gasped. Nothing permanent, he clarified. Just the leglocker curse we've been practicing in Defense Club. He missed potions while Crabbe and Goyle tried to figure out the counter curse. Bellatrix's face broke into a rare genuine smile. Good boy. It is not good, Andromeda insisted. Hexing another student, you could have been punished. Worth it, Harry shrugged. Nobody talks to my sister that way. The simple declaration hung in the air. It wasn't the first time he'd referred to Hermione as his sister, but something about the fierce certainty in his voice made it feel more significant now. Well, Andromeda said after a moment, clearly torn between disapproval and pride, I suppose family loyalty is important. But next time, perhaps try words before wands? Words rarely work with the Malfoy boy, Bellatrix pointed out. Speaking of which, I should warn you, they'll be joining us for Boxing Day dinner. What? Harry and Hermione exclaimed simultaneously. Narcissa reached out. Andromeda explained, looking uncomfortable. It's the first time in years she's acknowledged me. I thought, perhaps it's time to try healing some family rifts. Or it's time for Lucius to gather intelligence on Harry directly from our home. Bellatrix countered. But Andy insisted, so we're hosting a family gathering. She didn't sound thrilled about the prospect. Will Tonks be there too? Hermione asked hopefully. They hadn't seen Andromeda's daughter since summer, when she'd visited briefly before returning to Aura training. She'll be home for Christmas, Andromeda confirmed. Though I expect she and Draco will get along about as well as oil and water. More like dragons and dynamite, Harry muttered. Nymphadora Tonks had little patience for pure-blood posturing, despite, or perhaps because of, being a black by blood. As the car navigated through London toward Grimmauld Place, Bellatrix fixed the children with a more serious look. Now about Quirrell. Has there been any further incidents? Harry glanced at Kingsley, uncertain how much to reveal. Aura Shacklebolt has been briefed on our concerns, Andromeda assured him. Within certain limitations, That meant Kingsley knew they suspected Quirrell, but probably not the full extent of their theories about Voldemort's possession. My scar still hurts when he's around, Harry admitted. Especially when his back is to me, where the turban is. And he keeps appearing near the third-floor corridor. Bellatrix's eyes narrowed. Has Dumbledore done anything? He's watching, Hermione said diplomatically. Professor McGonagall never leaves Harry alone with Professor Quirrell, and Dumbledore has been present at every meal since the match. Hardly adequate security measures. Bellatrix scoffed. The man attempted murder in front of hundreds of witnesses. The official investigation found no conclusive evidence of malicious intent. Kingsley reminded her from the front seat. Professor Quirrell maintains he was performing a counter-curse. And I maintain he's a lying, stammering puppet for darker forces. Bellatrix snapped. But by all means, let's give him the benefit of doubt while he stalks children and lurks around forbidden corridors. Andromeda placed a calming hand on her sister's arm. What matters is that Harry and Hermione are safe now, with us for the holidays. We can discuss school security after we're home. The message was clear, not in front of the Auror. Harry nodded his understanding, catching the meaningful look Bellatrix sent his way. There would be a more candid conversation once they were behind the protective wards of Grimmauld Place. Turning to the window, Harry watched London pass by, processing how much had changed in just 3 months. He'd arrived at Hogwarts as the boy who lived, raised by Bellatrix Black. A curiosity, an anomaly. Now he was returning home as something different, a Gryffindor, a seeker, a student with his own achievements and friendships. He glanced at Hermione, who was quietly explaining a complex transfiguration theory to Andromeda. She'd changed too, more confident, less concerned with proving herself through perfect recitation of texts. She'd faced a mountain troll, after all. Some perspective came with that. Yet as number 12 Grimmauld Place came into view, its facade magically appearing between numbers 11 and 13, Harry felt a different shift, from Hogwarts student back to ward of the Black Sisters, with all the peculiar responsibilities and unusual preparations that entailed. Home, with its complex protections and darker shadows. Home, where Bellatrix's paranoia didn't seem quite so excessive anymore. Home, where the true conversations would begin. Again! Bellatrix commanded, her wand raised. Faster this time. Don't telegraph your movements. Harry wiped sweat from his brow, breathing hard. They'd been dueling for over an hour in the basement training room Bellatrix had established, a space with reinforced walls, cushioning charms, and an impressive array of practice dummies. I'm trying, he panted. But you're not exactly going easy on me. Neither will Quirrell, or whoever's pulling his strings, Bellatrix retorted. Now again. Show me what Hogwarts has taught you. Harry straightened, centered himself, and launched into the attack sequence they'd been practicing. Expelliarmus! Petrificus totalis! Impedimenta! Bellatrix deflected the first 2 spells and sidestepped the third with casual grace, counterattacking with a harmless but humiliating tickling charm that had Harry doubled over in helpless laughter until she released him. Better, she acknowledged, helping him up. Your aim has improved. But you're still thinking too linearly. Combine movements, vary your timing, use the environment. She gestured around the room. If I'm advancing, what could you use to slow me down? Harry glanced at their surroundings, spotting the stack of practice cushions in the corner. I could levitate those into your path. Good. What else? Conjure birds to distract you. Ron's brother showed me that one. Bellatrix nodded approvingly. Creative. Combat isn't just about who knows more spells, it's about who can adapt faster, think beyond the expected. Remember that. She tossed him a towel and a bottle of water, indicating the practice session was over. As Harry gulped down the water, he noticed Bellatrix studying him with an unusual expression, something between pride and concern. What? He asked, suddenly self-conscious. You're different, she said simply. Hogwarts has changed you. Harry wasn't sure if this was criticism or observation. Is that bad? It's inevitable, she replied, sitting beside him on the bench. You're finding your own path, your own strengths. That's good. But you're also facing dangers I can't protect you from at school. She hesitated, then added, It's difficult. The admission of vulnerability from his fierce, seemingly indestructible guardian caught Harry off guard. In all their years together, Bellatrix rarely acknowledged any personal struggle or doubt. I'm being careful, he assured her. And I'm using what you taught me. That protective pendant saved me during a nasty fall in Quidditch practice last week. The pendant only buys time, Bellatrix reminded him. It's not invincible. She twisted a silver ring on her finger, the partner to his pendant, magically connected to alert her if he was in danger. Harry had seen her check it compulsively since their return. You're worried about something specific, he guessed. Something beyond Quirrell. Bellatrix's expression closed off slightly. There's movement among the old circles. Meetings, whispers, preparations. Lucius has been hosting gatherings at the manor, exclusive affairs, carefully guarded. Death Eaters regrouping? Harry asked bluntly. Perhaps. Or perhaps just old friends reminiscing about better times, she said with bitter sarcasm. Either way, it coincides too neatly with the attempts on the stone and the attacks on you to be coincidence. You think Voldemort is coming back? Harry stated. It wasn't a question. Bellatrix didn't flinch at the name, but her hand went unconsciously to her left forearm, where Harry knew the dark mark remained, faded but present. I think preparations are being made for his return, yes. The stone would provide a body, a vessel. The perfect solution for a spirit without flesh. And Quirrell? A temporary host, I suspect. Willing or coerced. She stood abruptly, pacing the training room. But Dumbledore refuses to act without irrefutable evidence. By the time we have that, it may be too late. Harry absorbed this, connecting it with their own research at Hogwarts. The stone is guarded, though. Not just by the dog, there must be other protections. Certainly, but nothing is impenetrable. Especially if the thief has inside help. She stopped pacing, fixing Harry with an intense stare. You've been investigating too, haven't you? You and Hermione and the Weasley boy. It wasn't really a question. Harry nodded, seeing no point in denial. We've figured out most of it. Nicholas Flamel, the elixir of life, why someone would want it. We know about Fluffy, the three-headed dog. He clarified at her questioning look. But we haven't gone past the trapdoor. Fluffy? Bellatrix repeated incredulously. Someone named a Cerberus Fluffy. Hagrid, Harry explained. It's his dog. He, might have mentioned it's soothed by music when we visited his hut for tea. Bellatrix pinched the bridge of her nose. Fantastic. Hogwarts' first line of defense against the Dark Lord's return is a beast that can be subdued by a lullaby. Remind me to send Dumbledore a congratulatory fruit basket for his security protocols. Despite the gravity of their conversation, Harry grinned at her sarcasm. This was the Bellatrix he knew best, sharp-tongued, perpetually exasperated by others' incompetence, yet fiercely determined to counter every threat personally if necessary. What should I do when I go back? He asked, serious again. Keep watching Quirrell? Watch, yes. Confront, no, Bellatrix instructed firmly. Record everything suspicious in that journal I gave you, the one with the security enchantments. If anything significant happens, use the mirror to contact me directly. The mirror was new, an early Christmas present Bellatrix had given him their first night home. A communications device disguised as a pocket mirror, paired with one she kept. Supposedly untraceable and immune to interception. And stay away from the stone, she added. Let the professors handle that particular problem. Harry nodded his agreement, though privately, he wasn't sure he could make that promise. If Voldemort was trying to return, if Quirrell was helping him, someone needed to act. And based on events so far, the professors weren't taking the threat seriously enough. One more thing, Bellatrix said as they prepared to leave the training room. The Malfoys visit tomorrow. Be vigilant, but also diplomatic. This matters to Andromeda. I'll behave if Draco does, Harry offered, which was the best he could promise. Bellatrix's smile was wry. Fair enough. Now go shower before dinner. You smell like a troll's armpit. Specific knowledge there, Aunt Bella. Something you'd like to share about your dating history? Harry teased, dodging the harmless stinging hex she flicked his way as he escaped up the stairs. The light-hearted moment couldn't entirely dispel his unease, however. Bellatrix was genuinely worried, not just her usual paranoia, but a deeper concern based on concrete intelligence. If she was right about Voldemort's potential return, their holiday worries about surviving a Malfoy family dinner would soon seem quaint in comparison. Boxing Day dawned clear and cold, sunlight glinting off frost-covered windows. The ancient Black family home had been transformed over the past months, dark artifacts removed, gloomy wallpaper replaced, cursed furniture eliminated. Under Andromeda's direction, even Creature had grudgingly participated in making Grimmauld Place less menacing, though he drew the line at removing the stuffed house-elf heads from the staircase. They're coming at noon, Andromeda reminded everyone at breakfast, her anxiety evident in her meticulous table setting. Tonks, please try to maintain a consistent appearance today. No turning your nose into a pig snout at the dinner table. Not even if Lucius starts talking about blood purity? Tonks protested, her currently purple hair shifting briefly to an indignant red. Where's the fun in that? At 20, Nymphadora Tonks was a study in contrasts, a metamorphomagus with ever-changing appearance, an aura in training with a Hufflepuff's sense of justice, and a black by blood with none of the family's typical prejudices. She had arrived 2 days earlier, bringing chaos and laughter into the somber house. The fun, Bellatrix drawled from behind her coffee cup. We'll be watching Lucius pretend he's not terrified of being in my home, surrounded by people he's insulted or tried to have imprisoned. No need for pig snouts when psychological warfare is available. Bella, please. Andromeda sighed. This is meant to be a reconciliation. Narcissa is still our sister, whatever her husband's politics. And Draco is still a little ferret who called Hermione a mudblood. Harry muttered. Which means today you have the perfect opportunity to demonstrate your superior breeding and education. Andromeda replied pointedly. By taking the high road. Hermione, who had been quietly reading the Daily Prophet, looked up with a mischievous smile. Don't worry, Aunt Andy. We'll be models of perfect behavior. Won't we, Harry? Absolutely. Harry agreed, with such exaggerated innocence that Bellatrix snorted into her coffee. That's what I'm afraid of. Andromeda murmured. The doorbell rang precisely at noon, its sonorous chime echoing through the house. Creature, dressed in a clean tea towel embroidered with the Black family crest, a compromise between his refusal to wear proper clothes and Andromeda's insistence on presentability, shuffled to answer it. Show time, Tonks whispered, shifting her appearance to a more conservative look, shoulder-length brown hair and subdued features, though she kept her eyes a defiant bright blue. The Malfoys entered like visiting royalty, Lucius in immaculate black robes with silver fastenings, Narcissa elegant in deep green, and Draco a miniature version of his father. Their expressions ranged from Narcissa's careful neutrality to Lucius's barely concealed disdain to Draco's open hostility when he spotted Harry and Hermione. Narcissa. Andromeda stepped forward, breaking the awkward silence. Thank you for coming. The sisters regarded each other for a moment, similar in features but worlds apart in demeanor. Then, to everyone's surprise, Narcissa moved forward and embraced Andromeda briefly. It's been too long, Andy, she said softly. Yes, it has, Andromeda agreed, visibly moved. Bellatrix made no move toward their youngest sister. Instead, she fixed Lucius with a predatory smile. Malfoy, how gracious of you to grace our humble home. Especially given your vocal opinions about my guardianship choices. Lucius inclined his head slightly. Bellatrix, your invitation was unexpected. Not my invitation, Bellatrix corrected. Andy's moment of sisterly sentiment. I'd have happily continued our mutual avoidance for another decade. Bella, Andromeda chided. Just establishing clear expectations. Bellatrix replied innocently. Now, shall we proceed to the drawing room? Creature has prepared refreshments. The tension followed them as they settled into the newly refurbished drawing room, where the infamous black family tapestry still dominated one wall, though the scorch marks where disowned members had been blasted off seemed less prominent now. Draco positioned himself as far from Harry and Hermione as possible, while Tonks deliberately sat beside them, morphing her features subtly whenever Draco glanced her way, just enough to be unsettling without being overtly provocative. I see you've done extensive renovations, Narcissa observed, accepting a glass of elf-made wine from Creature. The house feels different. Less like a mausoleum for dark arts enthusiasts, you mean? Bellatrix suggested. Amazing what removing a few cursed artifacts can do for the ambience. We've tried to make it a proper home, Andromeda explained more diplomatically. Especially after losing the cottage. Yes, that unfortunate incident, Lucius said smoothly. Such a tragedy. Magical law enforcement never did determine who was responsible, did they? Oh, we know exactly who was responsible, Bellatrix replied, her tone dangerously light. Just as we know who provided financing for their little operation. The question is whether certain parties will be foolish enough to attempt something similar again. The threat hung in the air like frost. Lucius's hand tightened almost imperceptibly on his serpent-headed cane, while Narcissa shot a warning glance at her husband. Perhaps we could avoid politics for one day? She suggested. For the children's sake, if nothing else. Excellent idea. Andromeda agreed quickly. Draco, Harry tells us you're doing well in potions. Professor Snape speaks highly of your abilities. Draco, startled at being directly addressed, straightened importantly. Yes, I have a natural aptitude. Professor Snape says I'm the most talented first year he's taught in years. How fascinating, Tonks said, her tone suggesting it was anything but. Snape always did favor his little snakes, regardless of actual ability. And you are? Draco asked coldly. Your cousin Nymphadora. Narcissa answered before Tonks could. Though I believe she prefers her surname only. Andy's daughter. The Auror trainee. Lucius added, studying Tonks with thinly veiled contempt. How progressive of the ministry. They're quite desperate for qualified candidates who haven't been imperioused into serving dark wizards. Tonks replied sweetly. So rare these days. Lucius's jaw tightened, but before he could respond, Creature announced that dinner was served, providing a timely interruption to the increasingly hostile exchange. The dining room presented another study in contrasts. The ancient black family silver and crystal set upon a modern table, traditional wizarding fare alongside muggle dishes that Andromeda had introduced to their household. Hermione, Harry noted, took a large portion of Yorkshire pudding, a favorite from her muggle childhood that Andromeda had learned to prepare perfectly. I understand Harry has distinguished himself on the Quidditch pitch, Narcissa said once they were seated, making an obvious effort to find neutral conversation. Draco is quite the flyer himself. He'll be trying out for the Slytherin team next year. Father's already promised to buy new brooms for the entire team when I join, Draco boasted. The latest models, not outdated ones like the school provides. Buying your way onto the team? Harry couldn't resist asking. I suppose that's one approach when talent is lacking. Draco flushed angrily. I have plenty of talent. I've been flying since I was 6. So has Harry, Hermione pointed out. And he made the team on skill, not family connections. No one asked your opinion, you filthy little. Draco began. Finish that sentence. Bellatrix interrupted, her wand suddenly visible on the table beside her plate. And you'll leave this house with fewer limbs than you arrived with, nephew or not. Draco! Narcissa exclaimed, genuinely horrified. Apologize at once. To Harry's surprise, Draco actually looked abashed. Sorry, he muttered, though whether to his mother or to Hermione was unclear. Perhaps, Lucius said coldly, we should discuss how these children are being raised. Clearly there are deficiencies in understanding proper wizarding values. By proper wizarding values, you mean teaching children to judge others based on blood status rather than character? Andromeda challenged. We rejected those values long ago, Lucius. That's rather the point. And look where it's led. Lucius gestured around the table. The noble and most ancient house of Black reduced to this: blood traders, half-bloods, and muggleborns dining at the family table. Your mother would be appalled. Our mother was a hateful bigot who disowned her own daughter for falling in love with a muggleborn, Bellatrix said flatly. Her approval is hardly a metric I value. Narcissa looked pained. Must we do this? I had hoped. I thought perhaps we could find some common ground. What common ground exists between your husband's worldview and ours? Bellatrix demanded. He still serves a master who would see these children dead. She nodded toward Harry and Hermione. The Dark Lord is gone, Lucius said dismissively. And I was cleared of all charges, because you claimed to be under the Imperious curse and bribed half the Wisengamot. Bellatrix cut in. Not because anyone with a functioning brain actually believed you. Lucius's face contorted with rage. Rich accusations from a woman who proudly wore his mark, who tortured and killed in his name until it became politically expedient to switch sides. Lucius! Narcissa gasped. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. He knew, in abstract terms, that Bellatrix had once been a Death Eater before turning spy for the Order. But hearing her crimes stated so bluntly, in such vicious terms, he glanced at Hermione, whose expression mirrored his shock. Bellatrix had never discussed the details of her Death Eater past with them, always deflecting questions with vague references to mistakes and complicated times. You know nothing about my motivations, Bellatrix said, her voice deadly quiet. Nothing about what drove my choices or what finally opened my eyes. I know you were his most devoted servant, Lucius pressed, seemingly emboldened by having drawn blood. His most vicious enforcer. How many families did you destroy before your convenient redemption, Bellatrix? How many children orphaned? Perhaps your ward should know exactly what kind of monster raised her. Enough. Andromeda slammed her hand on the table, making the silverware jump. This is my home too, Lucius, and you will not speak to my sister that way under our roof. Whatever Bella did, she has spent 9 years protecting these children, while you continue to promote the very ideology that threatened them. The dining room fell silent. Even Creature, who had been skulking near the sideboard, seemed frozen by the intensity of the confrontation. Finally, Narcissa stood. I think it would be best if we left. She turned to Andromeda with genuine regret in her eyes. I'm sorry, Andy. I truly hoped. As did I, Andromeda said softly. Perhaps another time, without. She glanced meaningfully at Lucius. Don't count on it, Bellatrix muttered. The Malfoy's departure was tense but swift, with minimal courtesies exchanged. When the front door finally closed behind them, Tonks let out a long, low whistle. Well, that went about as well as expected. Anyone for dessert? Creature made treacle tart. Nobody laughed. Harry was still watching Bellatrix, who remained seated at the table, her expression unreadable, fingers tracing the outline of the dark mark beneath her sleeve. Aunt Bella? Hermione ventured hesitantly. What Lucius said. Not now, Andromeda interrupted gently. This isn't the moment. When is the moment? Harry challenged, surprising himself with his boldness. We're old enough to know the truth. About everything. Bellatrix raised her eyes to his, and for the first time since he'd known her, she looked uncertain. Are you? The truth isn't pretty, Harry. It's not a heroic tale of good versus evil. It's messy and shameful and filled with choices I would give anything to unmake. But they're part of who you are, he insisted. Who you are to us. We deserve to know. A heavy silence fell. Tonks shifted uncomfortably, while Andromeda watched her sister with concern. Finally, Bellatrix stood. Tonight, she decided. After dinner. I'll tell you what you want to know. Without waiting for a response, she left the dining room, her steps heavy on the stairs as she retreated to her bedroom. Well done, Andromeda sighed once Bellatrix was out of earshot. You've managed what the Ministry, Dumbledore, and years of my gentle persuasion couldn't achieve, getting Bella to face her past directly. Is it that bad? Hermione asked quietly. What she did? Andromeda and Tonks exchanged glances. It's complicated, Tonks said finally. Aunt Bella was different during the war. Before she changed sides. She was our family's pride and the Dark Lord's favorite. Andromeda elaborated reluctantly. Brilliant, ruthless, absolutely committed to the cause. And yes, she did terrible things in his name. Then why? Harry struggled to formulate the question. Why did Dumbledore trust her? Why did you? Because when she turned completely. Andromeda replied. With the same intensity she'd once directed towards serving Voldemort. And because her reasons. She hesitated. Her reasons were deeply personal, and ultimately more powerful than any ideology. You should hear it from her. Tonks added. It's her story to tell, not ours. As they half-heartedly picked at dessert, Harry's mind raced with questions. He'd always known Bellatrix had a dark past. It was impossible to grow up with her and not sense the shadows she carried. But he never fully confronted what that meant, what specific actions might lie behind her occasional cryptic references to the old days. Now, it seemed, he was about to learn exactly what kind of person had shaped his life, for better or worse. The Black family library had once been a repository of dark magical knowledge, its shelves lined with books on curses, blood magic, and darker arts. Under Andromeda's influence, it had been cleansed of the most dangerous texts, transformed into a more balanced collection while retaining its atmospheric gravitas. Bellatrix stood by the fireplace, silhouetted against the flames, when Harry and Hermione entered. Andromeda and Tonks had respectfully declined to join them, sensing this conversation needed to happen between the children and their primary guardian alone. Sit, Bellatrix instructed, gesturing to the leather armchairs arranged before the fire. They obeyed silently, watching as she paced, gathering her thoughts. She had changed from her dinner attire into simpler black robes, and her hair hung loose around her shoulders, making her look both younger and more vulnerable. Before I begin, she said finally, I want you to understand something. What I'm about to tell you doesn't excuse anything I did. It explains, perhaps, but doesn't justify. Harry nodded, his throat suddenly dry. Beside him, Hermione sat rigid with tension. I was raised to believe that pure blood made us superior. Bellatrix began, her voice steady but distant, as if reciting a story about someone else. The noble and most ancient house of Black, always pure. It wasn't just a motto, it was our identity, our purpose, our birthright. She rolled up her left sleeve, revealing the dark mark, faded to a dull gray but still visible against her pale skin. I took this willingly at 18. Proudly. I believed in the cause, a wizarding world purged of Muggle influence, ruled by the strongest among us. The Dark Lord recognized my talents, my dedication. I rose quickly in his service. What talents? Harry asked quietly. Bellatrix's smile was bitter. I excelled at inflicting pain. The Cruciatus curse was my specialty. I could hold it longer, make it more intense than any other Death Eater. She looked directly at Hermione. I tortured people who looked like you, Muggleborns, because I genuinely believed they had stolen magic that rightfully belonged to purebloods. Hermione flinched but held her gaze steadily. What changed? Not what. Who? Bellatrix resumed her pacing. My cousin Regulus, Sirius's younger brother. He was like me, a true believer, Mark young, eager to serve. But he discovered something about the Dark Lord, something that made him question everything. He tried to back out, to leave the Death Eaters. What happened to him? Harry asked, though he suspected the answer. The Dark Lord killed him. Or rather, had him killed. Bellatrix's voice caught. I was there. I didn't stop it. I believed he deserved it for his disloyalty. The confession hung heavy in the air. Harry tried to imagine Bellatrix standing by while her own cousin was murdered, But the image wouldn't form. It was too far removed from the fiercely protective woman he knew. But that still wasn't enough to change your mind, Hermione observed. No. I continued serving faithfully. The war intensified. I did terrible things. Bellatrix turned away, facing the fire. Then came the prophecy, the one about Harry. The Dark Lord became obsessed with finding and killing the child who might defeat him. When he discovered it was the Potter's son, she trailed off. You knew my parents, Harry realized. Not well, Bellatrix admitted. James was Sirius's best friend, so by extension, my enemy. Lily was a Muggle-born, therefore beneath my notice. But I knew of them, their reputation as skilled Order members, their defiance of the Dark Lord. She turned back to face them, her expression haunted. When the Dark Lord decided to kill them, to kill you, Harry, he shared his plans with his inner circle, including his intention to make an example of them, to torture them before killing them, to make you watch before he killed you too. Harry felt sick. He'd known his parents died protecting him, but he'd never considered the details of what Voldemort had planned. I don't know why it affected me differently than other murders I'd witnessed or committed, Bellatrix continued quietly. Perhaps because it was a child, a baby. Perhaps because I was finally seeing clearly what we had become, not saviors of wizarding culture but monsters destroying everything good in our world. She sank into a chair opposite them. I went to Dumbledore. Offered information in exchange for their protection. He arranged for them to go into hiding under the Fidelius charm. I became his spy among the Death Eaters. But they still died, Harry said, his voice hollow. Because they were betrayed by their secret keeper. Bellatrix confirmed. Not Sirius, as everyone believes, but Peter Pettigrew, the friend they trusted most after my cousin. Harry's head snapped up. Sirius is innocent? But he's in Azkaban for betraying your parents to the Dark Lord and for killing Pettigrew and 12 Muggles afterward. Bellatrix finished. Except he didn't. Pettigrew faked his death, framed Sirius, and disappeared. I tried to tell the Wisengamot during Sirius's trial, but without proof, and with my own credibility questionable at best. She shrugged helplessly. So an innocent man has been in Azkaban for 10 years. Hermione said slowly, while the real traitor is free. Welcome to wizarding justice. Bellatrix said bitterly. Where gold and blood status matter more than truth. Harry struggled to process this new information. His parents' betrayer still alive, his godfather wrongfully imprisoned. It was overwhelming. But something still didn't make sense. If you turned spy before my parents died, why do people still consider you a Death Eater? Why wasn't your role as a double agent made public after Voldemort fell? Because I asked Dumbledore to keep it quiet, Bellatrix replied. The Dark Lord wasn't truly defeated, merely disembodied, weakened. I knew someday he would try to return. If my true allegiance remained secret, I could still access information from former Death Eaters, monitor their activities. She smiled grimly. Of course, that meant accepting a rather unpleasant public reputation and nearly being sent to Azkaban myself. Dumbledore's testimony spared me, barely. So all these years? Hermione said. You've been watching for signs of Voldemort's return. That's why we train so much, why you're so paranoid about security. Prepared, not paranoid. Bellatrix corrected automatically. But yes. Everything I've done since taking you in has been to prepare for the inevitable, his return and the danger it poses to you both. Both? Harry repeated, surprised. I understand why Voldemort would target me, but why Hermione? Bellatrix and Hermione exchanged a look Harry couldn't quite interpret. Because she's Muggle-born, Bellatrix said after a slight hesitation. And because she's important to you. The Dark Lord would target her simply for that association. Harry sensed there was more to it, but before he could press further, Bellatrix stood. There's one more thing you should know, she said quietly. About your parents, Harry. About why I fought so hard to become your guardian after they died. Because of your guilt? Harry guessed. For not saving them? Partly. But also because of a promise. Bellatrix's voice softened. When I warned Dumbledore about the Dark Lord targeting your family, I swore a magical oath to your mother, that if anything happened to them, I would protect you with my life. Harry stared at her, stunned. You made an unbreakable vow? With my mother? Not unbreakable, but binding nonetheless. A blood oath. Bellatrix pushed back her sleeve again, revealing a thin silver scar running along her inner wrist, parallel to the dark mark. Lily was initially skeptical of my conversion. She demanded proof of my commitment beyond mere words. My mother trusted you, Harry said wonderingly. Even knowing what you had been. Eventually. After I provided information that saved several Order members' lives. Bellatrix's smile was sad. She was fierce in protecting those she loved, much like someone else I know. She glanced meaningfully at Hermione. The night your parents died, when I realized I had failed to protect them, I vowed to honor my oath by raising you as my own. Not out of pity or obligation, but as atonement for my past and commitment to a better future. Silence fell as Harry and Hermione absorbed everything they'd heard. The fire crackled in the grate, casting dancing shadows across the room as seconds stretched into minutes. Finally, Harry spoke. Thank you? For telling us. For everything. Bellatrix looked startled, clearly having expected recrimination rather than gratitude. You're not angry? Disgusted by what I was? I'm processing, Harry admitted. It's a lot to take in. But you're not that person anymore. You've spent more years protecting us than you ever spent serving him. That counts for something, for everything, really. Harry's right. Hermione added quietly. You could have hidden your past, kept us in the dark. Instead, you shared the worst parts of yourself, knowing we might judge you for them. That takes courage. Bellatrix seemed genuinely moved by their responses, though she quickly masked her emotion with her typical sardonic humor. Well, don't get too sentimental. I'm still the same demanding, paranoid witch who'll have you up at dawn tomorrow for defensive training. Wouldn't have it any other way. Harry grinned, feeling the tension in the room dissipate slightly. As they prepared to leave the library, a final question occurred to him. Aunt Bella? You said Voldemort was disembodied, not destroyed. Is that why you think Professor Quirrell might be possessed? You think Voldemort's spirit is inside him somehow? Bellatrix nodded grimly. It fits the pattern. The Dark Lord always had contingencies, ways to anchor himself to this world. I believe he's existing as a wraith, a shadow of himself, using Quirrell as a vessel while he seeks the Philosopher's Stone to regain a proper body. That's why my scar hurts around him. Harry realized. It's reacting to Voldemort, not Quirrell. Precisely. Which is why you need to be extremely careful when you return to Hogwarts. Bellatrix's expression was deadly serious. Promise me you won't go after the stone yourself, Harry. Let Dumbledore handle Quirrell. I promise, Harry said, knowing even as he spoke that it might be a promise he couldn't keep. If Voldemort made a move for the stone, if Dumbledore wasn't there to stop him, could Harry really stand aside and do nothing? Bellatrix seemed to read his thoughts. I mean it, Harry. This isn't a training exercise or a school rivalry. If the Dark Lord returns to full power, everything changes. The relative peace of the last decade ends. The war begins again. The gravity of her warning stayed with Harry long after they left the library, through his evening routine and into the quiet darkness of his bedroom. War. Not a distant historical concept, but a lived reality Bellatrix remembered all too well, a reality that might soon return to their world. As he drifted toward sleep, Harry found himself mentally reviewing every defensive spell Bellatrix had taught them, every strategy she'd drilled into them over the years. At the time, her paranoid preparations had seemed excessive, even amusing in their intensity. Now, they felt like barely adequate preparation for what might lie ahead. Harry bolted upright in bed, heart pounding. Something had woken him, a noise, a disturbance. He reached for his wand on the bedside table, straining to hear through the silence of the sleeping house. There it was again, a soft thud from downstairs, followed by the unmistakable sound of breaking glass. Slipping out of bed, Harry pulled on his dressing gown and moved silently to the door, wand gripped tightly. The hallway was dark except for the faint glow of enchanted night lights Andromeda had installed for safety. He hesitated, debating whether to wake Hermione or check the disturbance himself, when he heard another sound, a muffled cry, quickly silenced. Training took over. Harry moved swiftly to Hermione's door, rapping 3 times in the pattern Bellatrix had established years ago as their emergency signal. Within seconds, Hermione appeared, fully alert, wand in hand. "Downstairs," Harry whispered. "Someone's in the house." Hermione nodded, her expression shifting from sleepy confusion to focused determination. "Bella and Andy?" "Don't know yet," Harry admitted. "I was about to." He was interrupted by a sudden flare of light from below, accompanied by shouts and the distinctive crack of spellfire. Without hesitation, they moved toward the stairs, keeping to the shadows as Bellatrix had taught them. The scene that greeted them in the entrance hall froze Harry's blood. Bellatrix stood at the center of a furious battle, her wild hair flying as she dueled 3 masked figures simultaneously. Behind her, Andromeda maintained a powerful shield charm protecting Tonks, who appeared to be injured, blood streaming from a gash on her forehead. "Death Eaters," Hermione breathed. "How did they get past the wards?" Before Harry could respond, one of the intruders looked up, spotting them on the landing. "There!" he shouted. "The Potter boy!" Bellatrix took advantage of the momentary distraction to launch a vicious cutting spell that dropped one attacker, but 2 more emerged from the shadows of the dining room, wands raised toward Harry and Hermione. "Get back upstairs!" Bellatrix screamed, already moving to intercept the new threat, but she was cut off by a barrage of curses from her remaining opponents. Harry reacted instinctively, pushing Hermione behind him and raising his wand. "Protego!" he shouted, as Bellatrix had drilled into them countless times. The shield charm materialized just in time to deflect a sickly yellow spell that would have struck them both. "The Fleur!" Andromeda called. "Harry, Hermione, get to the library fireplace. Go to Hogwarts." Harry hesitated, torn between the ingrained instinct to obey and the desire to stay and fight. But Hermione was already pulling him toward the library, her practical nature overriding any heroic impulses. They had just reached the library door when a massive explosion rocked the house, sending them sprawling. Dust and debris filled the air as part of the ceiling collapsed, temporarily cutting them off from the battle in the entrance hall. "You okay?" Harry gasped, helping Hermione to her feet. She nodded, though blood trickled from a cut on her cheek. "We need to get to the Fleur." But as they entered the library, they found they weren't alone. A tall figure in Death Eater robes stood by the fireplace, his mask removed to reveal a face Harry recognized from Bellatrix's memories. Walden McNair, the same Death Eater who had attacked their previous home. "Well, well," McNair smiled unpleasantly. "The famous Harry Potter. And his little mudblood sister. How convenient. Petrificus totalis!" Harry shouted, but McNair deflected the spell with contemptuous ease. "Is that the best Bellatrix has taught you?" he sneered. "Schoolyard hexes against a fully qualified wizard?" He raised his wand. "Crucio!" Harry dove aside, pulling Hermione with him as the unforgivable curse blasted a hole in the bookshelf behind them. They scrambled for cover behind a heavy desk as McNair advanced. "We need a distraction," Hermione whispered urgently. "Something to buy us time until help arrives." Harry nodded, eyes darting around the library for inspiration. His gaze landed on the heavy crystal chandelier hanging directly above McNair's position. "Cover me," he murmured to Hermione. "On 3. 1, 2, 3. Hermione popped up from behind the desk. "Lumos Maxima!" she cried, producing a blinding flash of light that made McNair throw up an arm to shield his eyes. In that crucial moment of distraction, Harry aimed his wand at the chandelier's mounting. "Defendo!" The severing charm sliced through the chain holding the massive light fixture. With a groaning creak, it plummeted toward McNair, who looked up just in time to see his doom descending. He tried to leap aside, but the chandelier caught him a glancing blow, sending him crashing into the fireplace. "The flu powder!" Harry shouted, sprinting toward the mantelpiece where the jar was kept. But McNair, though dazed and bleeding, wasn't finished. He staggered to his feet, hatred blazing in his eyes. "You little brats," he growled. "The Dark Lord will reward me beyond measure for delivering your corpses." He raised his wand again, but before he could cast, the library door exploded inward. Bellatrix stood in the doorway, her robes torn and singed, blood streaking her face, her eyes burning with a manic intensity Harry had never seen before. "Get away from my children!" she snarled, and the raw power in her voice made the hair on Harry's arms stand on end. McNair's face contorted with fear and rage. "Bellatrix! Still playing mother to half-bloods and mudbloods? How the mighty have fallen! While you're still crawling in the dirt, hoping for scraps from a fallen master," Bellatrix countered. She glanced quickly at Harry and Hermione. "Are you hurt?" "We're okay," Harry assured her. Bellatrix nodded once, then returned her attention to McNair. "You invaded my home. Threatened my family. For the second time." Her voice was eerily calm now. "There won't be a third." What happened next occurred so quickly Harry could barely follow it. Bellatrix and McNair engaged in a ferocious duel, spells flying so fast they were mere blurs of light. But unlike the practiced, almost choreographed training sessions Harry was used to, this was raw, vicious combat. No shields, no defensive moves, just increasingly lethal offensive magic. McNair was good, clearly an experienced duelist, but Bellatrix was something else entirely. The controlled, disciplined teacher Harry knew gave way to a whirlwind of devastating power, casting spells he'd never seen before, moving with a grace and speed that seemed almost inhuman. "She's not holding back anymore," Hermione whispered, watching in horrified fascination. "This is what she was like during the war." Harry nodded numbly. For the first time, he was seeing the Death Eater Bellatrix had once been, the fighter who had earned Voldemort's favor through sheer magical dominance. The duel ended abruptly when Bellatrix caught McNair with a spell Harry didn't recognize, something that made the man scream in agony as what looked like black fire consumed him from within. He collapsed to the floor, twitching and gasping, his wand rolling away across the carpet. Bellatrix stood over him, her wand still trained on his writhing form. "Tell me who sent you," she demanded. "Who organized this attack?" "You know who," McNair choked out, blood bubbling between his lips. "He's coming back, Bellatrix. And when he does, traitors like you will beg for death before the end. Who else knows about the stone?" Bellatrix pressed. "Who's helping Quirrell?" But McNair only laughed, a wet gurgling sound. "You've lost, Black. The wheels are in motion. The Dark Lord rises again, and this time..." He coughed violently. "This time, the boy won't escape." With a final rattling breath, McNair's eyes glazed over. The black fire consuming him flickered and died, leaving his body smoking slightly on the library floor. Silence fell. Harry stared at the dead man, then at Bellatrix, who was breathing hard, her wand still gripped tightly in her hand. He wanted to say something, to acknowledge what had happened, to thank her, to express his shock, but words failed him. It was Hermione who broke the silence. "Aunt Bella? Aunt Andy and Tonks, are they okay?" The question seemed to snap Bellatrix out of her battle trance. She blinked, lowering her wand. "Andy's fine. Tonks is injured but stable. The Aurors are on their way." She surveyed the destroyed library, the dead Death Eater, and finally, the children. Something like shame crossed her face. "You shouldn't have seen that. We've seen death before," Harry said quietly, thinking of their previous home, of McNair's first attack. "Not like this," Bellatrix replied. "Not what I'd become in battle." Before Harry could respond, hurried footsteps approached, and Andromeda appeared in the doorway, her arms supporting a pale but conscious Tonks. "Thank Merlin," Andromeda breathed when she saw Harry and Hermione unharmed. "When we couldn't find you after the explosion." "We're okay," Hermione assured her, moving to help with Tonks. Just a few scratches. McNair? Andromeda asked, eyeing the body on the floor. Dead, Bellatrix confirmed flatly, along with 3 others downstairs. 2 escaped. 5 Death Eaters, Andromeda murmured. A coordinated attack on a heavily warded house during the holidays, when the children were home. This wasn't opportunistic, Bella. This was planned. I know, Bellatrix said grimly. And it confirms what we suspected. They're making their move. The stone Quirrell, these attacks, it's all connected. They're preparing for his return. We need to contact Dumbledore. Andromeda decided. Immediately. And the children can't return to Hogwarts until we're certain it's safe. No, Harry spoke up firmly. We have to go back. All eyes turned to him, surprised by his authoritative tone. Harry, Andromeda began gently. After what just happened, it's more important than ever that we return. He insisted. If Voldemort is trying to come back, if the stone is the key, someone needs to be there watching Quirrell. Someone who can recognize the signs. That's Dumbledore's job. Bellatrix countered. Not yours. Dumbledore hasn't stopped Quirrell yet, Harry pointed out. And we've just seen that nowhere is completely safe, not even this house with all its protections. At least at Hogwarts, there are professors, other students, witnesses. He has a point, Tonks said weakly from where she leaned against Andromeda. Hiding won't solve anything. It just postpones the confrontation. Bellatrix looked torn between pride in Harry's reasoning and frustration at his stubbornness. This isn't your battle, Harry. Isn't it? He challenged. It's been my battle since he gave me this. He touched his lightning scar. Since he killed my parents. Since he made me an orphan and put me in your care. The words hung in the air between them, a stark reminder of the bonds forged through tragedy that had created their unusual family. We go back, Hermione declared, standing beside Harry in solidarity. But we're smarter now. More careful. We watch and report, just as you've taught us. The sound of multiple apparitions from outside interrupted the debate. The Aurors had arrived, and with them, inevitably, would come questions, statements, and official scrutiny of the night's events. We'll continue this discussion later, Bellatrix decided. After we've dealt with the Ministry's interrogations and cleaned up this mess. As they made their way downstairs to meet the Auror response team, Harry found himself studying Bellatrix with new eyes. Tonight he had glimpsed the duality of her nature, the ruthless warrior who could kill without hesitation and the fierce guardian who would do anything to protect those she loved. It was a complicated legacy to inherit, but standing amid the destruction of yet another home, Harry felt a strange sense of clarity. The time for innocence had passed. The true battle, the one Bellatrix had been preparing them for all these years, was beginning. And ready or not, Harry Potter would meet it head-on. King's Cross Station felt different as they prepared to board the Hogwarts Express for the return journey. More exposed, more dangerous. In the weeks since the attack on Grimmauld Place, the wizarding world had erupted with speculation and rumors. The Daily Prophet had run sensationalist headlines about Death Eater Revival and Black Mansion Siege, while the Ministry publicly downplayed the incident as isolated criminal activity, unrelated to any organized dark movement. Only those who had been present knew the truth, that the attack had been a coordinated attempt to capture or kill Harry Potter, orchestrated by remaining Voldemort loyalists preparing for their master's return. Remember what we discussed, Bellatrix murmured as they stood on platform 9 3/4, her eyes constantly scanning for threats despite the heightened aura presence. Trust no one completely. Report anything suspicious directly to me or Dumbledore. And keep those emergency portkeys with you at all times. The portkeys, disguised as ordinary quills, had been personally created by Dumbledore after Kingsley Shacklebolt reported the attack. They would transport Harry and Hermione directly to the headmaster's office if activated with the password Sanctuary. We will, Hermione promised, adjusting her school robes. Like Harry, she carried her wand in a quick-draw holster on her forearm now, another of Bellatrix's post-attack security measures. Andromeda, who had been speaking with Professor McGonagall near the front of the train, rejoined them with Tonks at her side. Despite magical healing, Tonks still showed faint scars from the battle, badges of honor, as she called them, from her first real fight against dark wizards. McGonagall says they've increased security at the school, Andromeda reported. Additional wards, staff patrols, restricted access to certain areas, including the third-floor corridor, I hope, Bellatrix said pointedly. Especially there, Tonks confirmed. Dumbledore's taken your warning seriously, Aunt Bella. He's added his own protections to the stone. The whistle blew, signaling 5 minutes until departure. Around them, students hugged parents goodbye and boarded the train, blissfully unaware of the dark occurrence moving beneath their ordinary school concerns. It's time, Andromeda said softly, embracing each child in turn. Be safe. Write often. And please, she added with feeling, try to avoid life-threatening situations for at least the first week back. No promises, Harry replied with a weak attempt at humor. The events at Grimmauld Place had sobered him considerably, but he was trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy, for Andromeda's sake as much as his own. Finally, it was Bellatrix's turn to say goodbye. She had been uncharacteristically quiet since the attack, her usual sharp-edged humor muted by the weight of recent revelations. Harry knew she was still processing his reaction to seeing her kill McNair, still uncertain where they stood after he'd witnessed the darkest aspects of her nature. Aunt Bella, he said, breaking protocol to initiate the goodbye. Thank you. For protecting us. For everything. Something flickered in her dark eyes, relief, perhaps, or gratitude for his acceptance. She placed her hands on his shoulders, examining his face as if committing it to memory. You are not responsible for stopping him, she said firmly. Whatever happens with Quirrell, with the stone, that's on Dumbledore and the other professors. Your job is to learn, to grow stronger, to survive. Understood? Understood, Harry agreed, though they both knew it was a promise he might not be able to keep. Bellatrix turned to Hermione next. Watch out for him, she instructed. He has his father's recklessness. You have your mother's sense. The reference to Hermione's Muggle parents was gentle, respectful, another change since their frank conversations over the holidays. I always do, Hermione assured her, accepting a brief, awkward hug from the woman who rarely initiated physical affection. As they boarded the train and found a compartment with Ron, who had been thoroughly briefed by Owl about the holiday's events, Harry watched his guardians through the window, Andromeda waving openly, Bellatrix standing tall and vigilant, a sentinel against unseen threats. For all the differences, the Black Sisters shared a common purpose now, protecting their unconventional family against the gathering storm. It gave Harry confidence as the train pulled away from the platform, carrying them back to a Hogwarts that might soon become a battleground. You okay, mate? Ron asked as the station disappeared from view. You look intense. Just thinking, Harry replied, turning away from the window. About what comes next. Hopefully just classes and Quidditch for a while, Hermione said optimistically. Maybe Quirrell was scared off by all the new security measures. Maybe, Harry agreed, not believing it for a second. If Voldemort was truly possessing Quirrell, no amount of conventional security would deter him from seeking the Philosopher's Stone. The journey passed with subdued conversation and speculation about the increased security measures they might find at Hogwarts. As they approached Hogsmeade Station in the gathering dusk, Harry felt the protective pendant Bellatrix had given him grow warm against his chest, responding to his heightened awareness of potential danger. Whatever awaited them at Hogwarts, he was better prepared now, not just magically, but mentally. The attack on Grimmauld Place had stripped away the last of his childhood innocence, replacing it with a clear-eyed understanding of the stakes involved. Voldemort wanted to return. Quirrell was helping him. And the Philosopher's Stone was the key to their plans. Harry's hand closed around his wand as the train slowed to a stop. If Voldemort wanted a rematch with the boy who lived, he'd find Harry Potter had been raised by a witch who understood the Dark Lord better than most, and who had trained him accordingly. Hogwarts welcomed them back with enhanced security evident at every turn. Aurors patrolled the corridors alongside professors, portraits reported suspicious activities directly to the headmaster, and new wards shimmered visibly around certain areas, particularly the entrance to the third-floor corridor, which now repelled students with a mild stinging hex if they approached without authorization. "Bit extreme, isn't it?" Ron commented as they witnessed a curious Ravenclaw second-year yelp and jumped back from the forbidden doorway. "I mean, Dumbledore's warning at the feast was scary enough. After what happened at Grimmauld Place, I don't think any security is excessive," Hermione replied quietly. "If Death Eaters could breach those wards, Hogwarts could be vulnerable too." Their first week back passed with surprising normalcy. Classes resumed, homework accumulated, and the daily rhythms of school life gradually reasserted themselves. Professor Quirrell remained suspiciously subdued in their defense lessons, his stammer more pronounced than ever, avoiding eye contact with Harry entirely. "He's laying low," Harry theorized as they studied in the library one evening, waiting for the increased security to relax. "Or waiting for Dumbledore to leave the castle," Hermione suggested. "Have you noticed how the headmaster seems to be everywhere these days? Meals, corridors, even visiting classrooms during lessons. Fred and George reckon he's sleeping in different parts of the castle each night," Ron added. "Never in the same place twice, so he can't be ambushed." "Smart," Harry nodded. "That's what Aunt Bella would do." Despite Quirrell's apparent inaction, Harry maintained constant vigilance, as Bellatrix had drilled into him. He monitored his scar for pain, noted Quirrell's movements on a charmed map Hermione had created, and practiced defensive spells daily in empty classrooms with his friends. It was during one such practice session in late January that they were interrupted by an unexpected visitor. "Impressive wand work, Potter," came Professor Snape's silky voice from the doorway. "I wasn't aware the first-year curriculum included shield-penetrating hexes." Harry lowered his wand slowly, keeping it ready at his side as Bellatrix had taught him when confronted by a potential threat. "Extracurricular study, Professor." "Indeed." Snape's black eyes gleamed with something between suspicion and, was that approval? "One might almost think you were preparing for something specific." "Just being thorough, sir," Harry replied neutrally. Snape's gaze shifted to Ron and Hermione, who had stopped mid-duel at his arrival. "And you've recruited assistants in your thoroughness. How very like your father, surrounding yourself with loyal followers." The comparison to James Potter was clearly meant as an insult, but Harry took it as a compliment. "My father had good taste in friends, from what I've heard." Snape's lip curled. "Some better than others." His eyes returned to Harry with renewed intensity. "The headmaster wishes to see you, Potter." "Alone?" Harry exchanged quick glances with Ron and Hermione, who looked concerned at this unexpected summons. "Now, sir?" "No, next Tuesday at tea time," Snape said sarcastically. "Yes, now. Follow me." As Harry moved to follow, Hermione gave him a meaningful look that clearly said, "Be careful." He nodded subtly in acknowledgement before trailing Snape into the corridor. They walked in silence through the castle's winding passages. Harry noted that Snape led him via a particularly circuitous route, avoiding the main hallways where students might see them together, almost as if he didn't want their meeting observed. "Professor," Harry ventured after several minutes, "may I ask why Professor Dumbledore wants to see me?" "You may ask," Snape replied, "but as I am not the headmaster's confidant, I cannot answer." Another silence stretched between them until they reached the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. "Chocolate frogs," Snape said with evident distaste for the whimsical password. As the gargoyle leapt aside and the wall split open, Snape turned to Harry with an unreadable expression. "A word of advice, Potter. There are things happening at this school beyond your understanding. Matters that even your guardian's training cannot adequately prepare you for." Harry met his gaze steadily. "Is that a warning, Professor? Or a threat?" For the briefest moment, something like surprise flickered across Snape's sallow features. "Neither," Merely an observation from someone who knows firsthand the consequences of youthful overconfidence. His eyes flicked meaningfully to Harry's scar. Some enemies are beyond a first year's capabilities, regardless of whose blood runs in their veins or whose instruction they've received. Before Harry could respond to this cryptic statement, Snape turned and strode away, his black robes billowing behind him. Left alone before the entrance to Dumbledore's office, Harry took a deep breath, centered himself as Bellatrix had taught him, and stepped onto the moving spiral staircase. Dumbledore's office looked much as it had during their meeting before Christmas, filled with curious silver instruments, the walls lined with portraits of previous headmasters, most pretending to sleep while obviously eavesdropping, and Fawkes the Phoenix perched regally beside the massive desk. "Ah, Harry!" Dumbledore greeted him warmly. "Thank you for coming. Please sit down." Harry took the offered chair, noting that the headmaster looked tired, the lines around his eyes deeper than he remembered. "Am I in trouble, sir?" he asked directly. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly. "Not at all. Though I must admit to some curiosity about the advanced defensive magic you and your friends have been practicing. Professor Flitwick reports that your shield charm is remarkably robust for a first year. Aunt Bella believes in practical education," Harry said carefully. "Indeed she does," Dumbledore agreed. "And in this instance, her paranoia, forgive me, her preparedness, may prove prescient." His expression grew more serious. "I've asked you here to discuss the attack on your home during the holidays, and what it might mean for your safety here at Hogwarts." Harry straightened. "Have there been more Death Eater sightings?" "Not as such. But there have been indications that the threat level has increased." Dumbledore studied Harry over his half-moon spectacles. "Your guardian believes Voldemort is attempting to return using the Philosopher's Stone, with Professor Quirrell as his willing vessel." "Yes, sir," Harry confirmed, surprised by the headmaster's directness. "My scar hurts when Quirrell is nearby, especially when his back is to me, where the turban is. We think Voldemort might be attached to him somehow." "A reasonable theory," Dumbledore acknowledged, "and one that aligns with my own observations. The question becomes, what shall we do about it?" Harry blinked, taken aback. "Sir? You seem surprised that I would ask your opinion," Dumbledore noted with a gentle smile. "But you are not merely a student in this matter, Harry. You are a central figure, both because of your history with Voldemort and because of the guardian who has shaped your understanding of these dangers. You want my input on how to handle Quirrell?" Harry clarified, still confused by this unexpected turn. "I want your perspective," Dumbledore corrected. "Bellatrix has trained you to think strategically, to assess threats through a particular lens. What would she advise in this situation?" Harry considered the question carefully, thinking about Bellatrix's methods and priorities. "She'd say elimination is the most efficient solution," he answered honestly. "Remove Quirrell from the equation immediately, by whatever means necessary. A characteristically direct approach," Dumbledore observed without judgment. "And yet I notice you use she rather than I. What would you advise, Harry?" The distinction wasn't lost on Harry. Despite years under Bellatrix's tutelage, despite his growing appreciation for her practical approach to threats, he wasn't merely an extension of his guardian's worldview. "I'd say we need more information," he decided. "We know Quirrell is connected to Voldemort somehow, and we know he wants the stone. But we don't know exactly how he plans to get it, who else might be helping him, or what his timeline is." A measured response. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. "Anything else?" Harry hesitated, then decided on complete honesty. "I'd also say we should use Quirrell's presence to our advantage. If he thinks his cover is intact, he'll eventually make a move for the stone. When he does, we can be ready, not just to stop him, but to potentially capture Voldemort's current form, whatever it is." Dumbledore's bushy eyebrows rose slightly. "Using the stone as bait, with Quirrell as the unwitting delivery mechanism for Voldemort himself. Quite cunning, Harry. One might almost call it Slytherin." "The Sorting Hat did consider me for Slytherin," Harry admitted. "Before it put me in Gryffindor." "I know," Dumbledore said simply. Just as it considered your guardian for Gryffindor before placing her in Slytherin. Our houses reflect aspects of our nature, but never the entirety of who we are or who we might become. This revelation about Bellatrix surprised Harry. She'd never mentioned that the hat had considered Gryffindor for her, though it explained certain qualities he'd observed in her over the years, particularly her fierce, sometimes reckless protectiveness. So what will you do about Quirrell? Harry asked, returning to the immediate concern. Something very close to what you've suggested. Dumbledore replied. We will watch, we will wait, and we will prepare. Professor Quirrell believes the stone's protections remain unchanged since his initial reconnaissance. In reality, I've added several additional layers of security that will activate only when truly needed. The best trap is the one the target doesn't recognize. Harry quoted one of Bellatrix's frequent lessons. Precisely. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again. Your aunt would be pleased by your retention of her teachings. Sir, Harry ventured, if you don't mind me asking, why are you telling me all this? I'm just a first-year student. Dumbledore's expression grew solemn. Because, Harry, you are never just anything. Like it or not, you occupy a unique position in this unfolding drama. Voldemort marked you as his equal. He gestured to Harry's scar. And in doing so, created a connection between you that even I do not fully understand. The scar. Harry touched his forehead. That's why it hurts when he's near. I believe so, yes, Dumbledore confirmed. But there's more to it than physical proximity. There is a reason Voldemort is so determined to eliminate you, beyond simple revenge for his previous defeat. A reason tied to the prophecy that set all these events in motion. Harry leaned forward eagerly. The prophecy? Aunt Bella mentioned it, but she doesn't know the full contents. Few do, Dumbledore said. And I do not intend to burden you with its complete details today. You are still young, Harry, regardless of how thoroughly Bellatrix has prepared you for conflict. Disappointment flooded Harry, but he pushed it aside. Then why tell me any of this at all? Because knowledge, even incomplete knowledge, is a form of protection, Dumbledore replied. And because I believe in treating young people with the respect they deserve, particularly those who have already demonstrated exceptional courage and judgment. The compliment warmed Harry, though he still felt frustrated by the headmaster's selective sharing of information. It reminded him of how adults often operated, parceling out knowledge in carefully measured doses, deciding what others needed to know, based on their own criteria. Thank you for your candor, sir, he said politely, recognizing that he'd received more information than he might have expected. Is there anything specific you'd like me to do? Regarding Quirrell, I mean. Continue as you have been, Dumbledore instructed. Maintain your vigilance, but do not confront him directly. Report any unusual behavior or increased pain in your scar immediately, to myself, Professor McGonagall, or, if either is available, Professor Snape. Professor Snape, sir? Harry couldn't keep the surprise from his voice. Despite appearances, Professor Snape is firmly committed to preventing Voldemort's return, Dumbledore assured him. He has his own reasons for opposing the Dark Lord, reasons no less powerful than your aunt's, though perhaps more personal. This cryptic statement raised more questions than it answered, but Harry sensed Dumbledore wouldn't elaborate further. He nodded his acceptance of the instructions, preparing to leave. One more thing, Harry, Dumbledore said as he rose from his chair. I've been corresponding regularly with your guardians since the attack. Bellatrix, in particular, has expressed concern about your safety here. She has asked, quite forcefully, I might add, to be allowed to remove you from Hogwarts until the threat is neutralized. Harry's heart sank. Leave Hogwarts? Return to Grimmauld Place under lockdown while his friends remained at school? The idea was intolerable. And what did you tell her, sir? I told her that Hogwarts remains the safest place for you, despite recent events, Dumbledore replied, and that separating you from your education and friends might cause more harm than good at this critical juncture in your development. Relief flooded Harry. Thank you, sir. Don't thank me yet, Dumbledore cautioned. I also promised her that if the situation deteriorates significantly, I would honor her wishes as your legal guardian. So I suggest you avoid any unnecessary risks that might prompt such a deterioration. Yes, sir. Harry agreed readily. I'll be careful. As he left Dumbledore's office and made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry's mind raced with everything he'd learned. Dumbledore was aware of Quirrell's connection to Voldemort. The stone was being used as bait in a carefully orchestrated trap. And somehow, Harry's scar represented a deeper connection to the Dark Lord than he'd previously understood. Most surprisingly, Dumbledore seemed to view Harry not merely as a student to be protected, but as something closer to an ally in the coming conflict, young and inexperienced, perhaps, but worthy of at least partial inclusion in the adult world of strategy and planning. It was a perspective that aligned more closely with Bellatrix's approach to his education than with the standard adult-child dynamic at Hogwarts. The realization gave Harry a new appreciation for his unusual upbringing, even as it highlighted the growing divergence between his life and those of his classmates. Ron and Hermione were waiting anxiously in the common room when he returned, eager for details of his meeting with Dumbledore. As Harry shared a carefully edited version of their conversation, omitting certain details Dumbledore might prefer remain confidential, he found himself studying his friends with new awareness. They had stood by him through everything so far: troll attacks, Quidditch sabotage, Death Eater conspiracies. But the stakes were rising, the dangers becoming more concrete. Was it fair to involve them in what increasingly seemed like a personal battle between Harry and Voldemort? "You've got that look," Hermione observed when he finished his account. "The one where you're thinking of doing something noble and stupid, like trying to protect us by excluding us." Harry blinked, startled by her accuracy. "I'm not, save it!" She cut him off. "We're in this together, Harry. All of us." She gestured to include Ron. "Aunt Bella didn't just train you, you know. She trained me too. And Ron's got skills either of us have. Wizard's chess strategic genius, at your service." Ron grinned, though there was a seriousness beneath his humor. "Besides, facing you-know-who alone would be proper stupid, wouldn't it? Even Dumbledore works with allies." Harry felt a rush of gratitude for these friends who saw through his protective instincts to the fear beneath. Not fear for himself, but for them. "You're right," he admitted. "We're stronger together. But if things get really dangerous, then we'll face it together too." Hermione finished firmly. "That's what family does." The simple declaration resonated deeply. Family. Not just Bellatrix and Andromeda now, but this growing circle of people who chose each other, who stood together against whatever came. "All right then." Harry nodded, accepting both their support and the responsibility it entailed. Together. As January gave way to February and winter maintained its grip on the castle, they settled into a routine of heightened awareness, watching Quirrell, monitoring the third-floor corridor, practicing defensive magic, and preparing for whatever move Voldemort might eventually make. The waiting game had begun. And Harry Potter, raised by Bellatrix Black to anticipate threats before they manifested, was determined not to be caught unprepared when the enemy finally struck. The attack came in early June, as final exams approached and the school year neared its conclusion. Harry woke in the middle of the night, his scar burning with an intensity he never experienced before. The pain was blinding, nauseating, like a white-hot wire pressed against his forehead. He staggered from his bed to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face in a futile attempt to ease the agony. When he raised his dripping face to the mirror, he saw not just his own reflection, but a fleeting shadow behind him, a distorted, serpentine face that vanished when he spun around. "He's making his move," Harry whispered to the empty bathroom. "Tonight." Moving quietly to avoid waking his dorm mates, he returned to the bedroom and shook Ron awake. "What's the matter?" Ron mumbled, blinking blearily. "It's happening," Harry said urgently. "Quirrell's going after the stone tonight. I need to get Hermione." Ron was instantly alert, years of emergency drills with 5 older brothers kicking in. "The mirror," he reminded Harry. "Contact your aunt first." Harry nodded, retrieving the communication mirror from his bedside drawer. "Bellatrix Black," he murmured, activating the enchantment. The mirror's surface swirled with mist, but instead of clearing to show Bellatrix's face, it remained cloudy and unresponsive. Harry tried again, with the same result. "It's not working," he said, feeling the first stirrings of real alarm. The mirror was supposed to be foolproof, immune to standard magical interference. "Someone's blocking it," Ron said grimly. "Has to be powerful magic to disrupt your aunt's enchantments. Or Hogwarts itself is interfering," Harry theorized. "Dumbledore mentioned increasing the anti-communication wards after curfew as part of the new security measures." Either way, they were on their own. Harry quickly dressed, securing his wand in its holster, and retrieving the emergency portkey from his trunk. "Get Hermione," he instructed Ron. "Meet me in the common room in 5 minutes. And bring your wand." While Ron snuck up to the girls' dormitory using the technique Fred and George had taught him, a precise charm that temporarily confused the stairs' gender detection spells, Harry penned a hasty note to Professor McGonagall, explaining his suspicions about Quirrell making a move for the stone. He gave the note to a drowsy Hedwig with instructions to deliver it immediately, then joined Ron and a hastily dressed Hermione in the deserted common room. "My scar woke me," he explained quickly. "Worst pain ever. And I saw something. A face. I think Voldemort is more active tonight, pushing Quirrell to act." "Shouldn't we use the emergency portkey?" Hermione asked, indicating the quill tucked in Harry's pocket. "Go straight to Dumbledore's office?" Harry shook his head. "Dumbledore's not here. I overheard Flitwick telling McGonagall he received an urgent owl from the Ministry and left immediately." "That's too convenient," Hermione said, alarmed. "Someone lured him away deliberately." "Exactly," Harry agreed. "Which means Quirrell will make his move tonight while Dumbledore's gone. We need to alert the other professors. I sent Hedwig to McGonagall," he continued, "but we should try to reach Snape too. Dumbledore said he's committed to stopping Voldemort." "Are you mental?" Ron exclaimed. "Snape's probably helping Quirrell. He's been after the stone all year." "We don't know that," Harry argued. "Dumbledore trusts him, and so does Aunt Bella, in her way." "Your aunt trusts Snape?" Hermione asked skeptically. "Not exactly," Harry amended. "But she respects his abilities and thinks his hatred of Voldemort is genuine. Something about a personal grudge." "Fine," Ron conceded reluctantly. "But how do we get to Snape's quarters without being caught? It's after curfew, and the castle's crawling with security patrols." Harry smiled grimly. "We don't go to Snape. We go straight to the 3rd floor and catch Quirrell in the act. If I'm right, he's already making his move, and the professors will respond to any disturbance there." "That's your plan?" Hermione looked incredulous. "Confront a possessed professor who's trying to resurrect the Dark Lord. Have you lost your mind?" "We don't confront him directly," Harry clarified. "We trigger the alarms Dumbledore mentioned, the ones that activate when someone tries to access the stone. That'll bring the professors running." "And if Quirrell's already past the dog and the other protections?" Ron asked. "If he's got the stone before help arrives?" "Then we use the portkey and get to safety," Harry said firmly. "No heroics, no unnecessary risks. Just reconnaissance and alarm-raising." Hermione still looked doubtful, but she knew Harry well enough to recognize when his mind was made up. "Fine. But we stay together, and at the first sign of serious danger, we use the portkey. Promise?" "Promise," Harry agreed, relieved when Ron echoed the commitment. "Now, let's go catch a possessed professor in the act." Under the cover of darkness, they crept through the castle's deserted corridors. Harry led the way, having memorized the patrol schedules Tonks had shared with them during her last visit. They narrowly avoided Filch on the 2nd floor and had to hide from Professor Flitwick near the Charms classroom, but eventually reached the forbidden corridor without detection. The door to the 3rd floor chamber stood slightly ajar, their first confirmation that Harry's instincts were correct. Someone had already bypassed the enhanced wards. "Quirrell's been here," Harry whispered, examining the doorframe where the warning spells had been meticulously dismantled. Recently. Do you hear music? Ron asked suddenly. They fell silent, listening. Sure enough, a faint melody drifted from within the chamber, a bewitched harp playing softly, its enchanted strings plucking out a gentle lullaby. Fluffy, Hermione realized. Hagrid said music puts him to sleep. Harry pushed the door open wider, revealing the three-headed dog sprawled across the trapdoor, all 6 eyes closed in peaceful slumber. The enchanted harp played in the corner, maintaining its soporific effect. Quirrell's already gone through, Harry observed. The trapdoor's uncovered. So now we trigger the alarms and wait for the professors? Hermione reminded him. Harry hesitated, staring at the open trapdoor. His scar throbbed painfully, a persistent reminder of the threat below. What if they don't get here in time? If Quirrell reaches the stone and somehow escapes with it? Harry. Hermione's voice held a warning note. We agreed. No heroics. I know, he said reluctantly. But we can at least see what's down there, how far he's gotten. The alarms might not have triggered yet if he's still working through the protections. Before Hermione could object further, the harp's melody faltered and stopped. Fluffy stirred, enormous paws twitching as consciousness returned. The charm's wearing off, Ron hissed. We need to move. Without further debate, Harry leapt toward the trapdoor, Ron and Hermione right behind him. They dropped through the opening just as Fluffy's first head raised, a growl building in its massive throat. They landed on something soft and yielding, a huge plant with thick, ropey vines that immediately began wrapping around their legs and torsos. Devil's snare! Hermione identified instantly. Don't struggle, it'll only strangle you faster. Easy for you to say. Ron gasped as the plant tightened its grip around his chest. Hermione forced herself to relax, slipping through the plant's clutches to a stone floor below. It hates light and heat, she called up to the boys. We need fire. No wood, Ron moaned as the vines curled around his throat. Are you a wizard or not? Hermione shouted, drawing her wand. Incendio! Brilliant blue flames erupted from her wand, causing the devil's snare to recoil. Its grip loosened enough for Harry and Ron to wriggle free, dropping to the floor beside her. Brilliant! Harry panted, rubbing his bruised ribs. That must be Professor Sprout's protection. One down, Ron observed grimly. Wonder how many more to go. They proceeded cautiously down a stone passageway, their wandlight casting long shadows on the damp walls. The passage sloped downward, leading deeper beneath the castle than Harry had ever ventured. Do you hear that? Hermione asked as they approached another doorway. A soft rustling and clinking sound came from the chamber ahead. Harry peered through the doorway to see a magnificent vaulted room filled with what appeared to be small, jewel-bright birds soaring through the air. They're not birds, he realized, studying their metallic gleam. They're keys. Winged keys. And look, broomsticks. This must be Professor Flitwick's challenge. And that's the door to the next room. Ron pointed to a heavy wooden door on the opposite side. One of those keys must fit the lock. Quirrell's already been through here too, Hermione noted, pointing to a crumpled broomstick in the corner. Looks like there was quite a chase. We don't need to solve this one, Harry reminded them, though he felt a pang of regret at missing the chance to showcase his seeker skills. Let's keep moving. The unlocked door led to a chamber containing a giant chessboard, its pieces taller than Ron and carved from black and white stone. Many were damaged or destroyed, clear evidence of a recent game. McGonagall's protection. Ron breathed, examining the board with expert eyes. Wizard's chess where you have to play as a piece. Quirrell must have won his way across. Thank Merlin we don't have to play, Hermione said fervently. The pieces look vicious. They carefully crossed the board, stepping around fallen chessmen. The next chamber contained a mountain troll, even larger than the one they'd faced on Halloween, lying unconscious with a bloody gash on its temple. Quirrell's specialty, Harry commented as they hurried past the creature. At least we don't have to fight it. The following room held a logic puzzle, 7 differently shaped bottles standing on a table, with flames blocking both the forward and backward exits. A roll of parchment lay beside the bottles, covered in Professor Snape's spidery handwriting. His protection, Hermione said, scanning the riddle. Brilliant! It's not magic, it's logic, something many wizards don't have an ounce of. She studied the clues carefully, eventually identifying the smallest bottle as the potion that would allow passage forward through the black flames toward the stone. There's barely a swallow left, she observed, holding the tiny bottle up to the light. Just enough for one person. Harry took the bottle from her, decision already made. I'll go forward. You two go back, find a professor, and use the port key to alert Dumbledore if you can get past the anti-transportation wards. No! Hermione protested. We promised to stay together. We can't all go forward, Harry pointed out. And someone needs to get help. I don't like this, Ron said, his freckles standing out against his pale face. You'll be alone with Quirrell, and you know who. I won't engage, Harry promised. I'll just see if he's got the stone yet, then come straight back. He held up the port key. If there's any real danger, I'll use this. Hermione looked torn between logic and loyalty. Harry, please, every minute we argue is another minute Quirrell has to get the stone. Harry interrupted. You know I'm right, Hermione. After a moment of internal struggle, she nodded reluctantly. Be careful. And use the port key at the first sign of trouble. Aunt Bella will never forgive me if you get yourself killed. Harry managed a smile. She'd never forgive me either. He drank the potion in one swallow, feeling an icy sensation spread through his body. With a final nod to his friends, he walked through the black flames unharmed. The chamber beyond was circular and largely empty except for a magnificent mirror standing in the center, the Mirror of Ariste, which Harry recognized from Dumbledore's descriptions. And before it, staring intently into its depths, stood Professor Quirrell. Without his usual stammer or nervous twitching, Quirrell looked like a different man, his posture straight, his movements fluid and confident. He hadn't noticed Harry yet, his attention fixed on the mirror with frustrated intensity. I see the stone, he was muttering. I'm presenting it to my master, but where is it? How do I get it? Harry silently drew his wand, considering his options. The smart move would be to back away, return to Ron and Hermione, and escape while Quirrell was distracted. But something held him in place, curiosity, perhaps, or the burning in his scar that seemed to resonate with Quirrell's presence. Use the boy, came a high, cold voice that seemed to emanate from Quirrell himself. The boy. Quirrell spun around, his eyes widening when he saw Harry. Potter! How convenient! Come here. Harry held his ground, wand raised defensively in the stance Bellatrix had drilled into him. I don't think so, Professor. Or should I say, Voldemort's puppet? Quirrell's face contorted with rage. Insolent child! You dare, let me speak to him, interrupted the disembodied voice. Face to face. Master, you are not strong enough, Quirrell protested. I have strength enough for this. To Harry's horror, Quirrell began unwinding his turban, revealing what lay beneath. Where the back of his head should have been was another face, chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. Harry Potter, it whispered. See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. But once I have the elixir of life, I can create a body of my own. Harry felt frozen in place, his trained responses momentarily paralyzed by the grotesque sight before him. This was Voldemort, the monster who had murdered his parents, who had tried repeatedly to kill him, who had once commanded Bellatrix's loyalty before she turned against him. Your guardian was once my most devoted servant, Voldemort continued, as if reading Harry's thoughts. Bellatrix Black, so talented, so passionate in her service. Until she betrayed me for you. A mistake she will regret eternally when I return to power. The taunting mention of Bellatrix snapped Harry out of his shock. She made the right choice, he replied, tightening his grip on his wand. She saw you for what you really are, a parasite. A fragment of what you once were. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in a terrible smile. Brave words from a child. Did she teach you that defiance? Or was it foolish Dumbledore? The red eyes narrowed. No matter. You can still serve a purpose. Come here and look in the mirror. Tell me what you see. Harry remained motionless, calculating his odds. He could try to escape, but Quirrell blocked the only exit. He could attempt to fight, but even with Bellatrix's training, he was no match for an adult wizard controlled by Voldemort. The portkey was his best option, but would it work through whatever anti-transportation wards might be in place? I won't ask again. Voldemort hissed. Quirrell, bring him to the mirror. Quirrell moved with inhuman speed, grabbing Harry's arm before he could retreat. Pain exploded in Harry's scar at the contact, so intense he nearly blacked out. Simultaneously, Quirrell let go with a howl of agony, his fingers blistering where they had touched Harry's skin. Master, I cannot hold him. My hands, then kill him, fool, and be done. Voldemort shrieked. Quirrell raised his wand, but Harry was faster. Expelliarmus! He shouted, channeling all his pain and fear into the spell. The disarming charm struck with unexpected force, blasting Quirrell backward into the mirror, which shattered in a cascade of silver shards. As Quirrell struggled to his feet, Harry made a desperate decision. He charged forward, hands outstretched, remembering how Quirrell's skin had burned at his touch. The collision was devastating for both of them. Harry's scar felt like it would split his head open, but Quirrell screamed in genuine agony as Harry's hands connected with his face. His skin blistered and cracked beneath Harry's palms, the flesh literally smoking on contact. Kill him! Voldemort commanded, his voice rising to a screech. But Quirrell couldn't maintain his grip on Harry, whose touch was destroying him inch by inch. As Harry fought through his own pain to maintain contact, he was dimly aware of other voices, shouts from the chamber entrance, the sound of running feet. Harry! Came Dumbledore's voice, somehow both distant and immediate. Let go! We have him! With his last conscious thought, Harry released his grip on Quirrell and reached for the emergency portkey in his pocket. As darkness claimed him, he felt the familiar hook behind his navel that signaled the portkey's activation. His last impression was of Voldemort's furious scream echoing in his mind, and the certainty that, for now at least, the Philosopher's Stone remained safe. Harry awoke in the hospital wing, sunlight streaming through high windows to warm his face. His entire body ached, but the searing pain in his scar had subsided to a dull throb. Welcome back, came a familiar voice from beside his bed. He turned his head carefully to see Bellatrix sitting in a visitor's chair, looking more disheveled than he'd ever seen her, her wild hair unbrushed, dark circles under her eyes, robes wrinkled as if she'd slept in them. And Bella? He croaked, his throat dry. How long? 3 days, she answered, helping him sip water from a glass on the bedside table. You've been unconscious since your encounter with Quirrell and the Dark Lord. Memory flooded back. The mirror, Quirrell unwrapping his turban, the face on the back of his head, the burning pain when they touched. The stone? Is it safe? Destroyed, Bellatrix confirmed. Dumbledore and Flamel agreed it was too dangerous to preserve. Flamel has enough elixir to set his affairs in order before he dies. Harry processed this with mixed emotions. The immediate threat was eliminated, but at the cost of a remarkable magical artifact, and eventually, Nicholas Flamel's life. Quirrell? He asked next. Dead, Bellatrix said bluntly. Your touch destroyed him, something about your mother's protective magic living on in your skin. The Dark Lord abandoned the body when it became uninhabitable. So Voldemort escaped, Harry concluded grimly. In a manner of speaking. He fled as a spirit, greatly weakened by the encounter. It will be some time before he can attempt another return. Bellatrix's expression was unreadable. You did well, Harry. Better than anyone could have expected. But also exactly as I feared. He knew what she meant. He had directly confronted danger instead of escaping when he had the chance. I couldn't let him get the stone, he said simply. No, she acknowledged. I suppose you couldn't. You're too much like your mother in that regard, unwilling to stand aside when others are threatened. Her voice softened slightly. Lily would be proud. James, too, for that matter. Coming from Bellatrix, this was extraordinary praise. Harry felt a warm glow despite his physical discomfort. Ron and Hermione, are they okay? Perfectly fine, if annoyingly persistent in their attempts to visit you. Bellatrix replied with a hint of her usual acerbic humor. Madame Pomfrey has been keeping them at bay, but I expect they'll break through the defenses soon enough. As if on cue, the hospital wing doors burst open to admit Hermione, who ran to Harry's bedside with unrestrained relief. You're awake. We've been so worried. We took turns keeping watch outside. Ron explained, following at a more sedate pace. Fred and George helped us work out when Pomfrey takes her breaks. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Came Dumbledore's amused voice as he entered behind them. Ah, Harry. It's good to see you conscious again. And Bellatrix, you look rested. I look like I've spent 3 days in a hospital chair watching my ward recover from a near-death experience. She corrected tartly. Spare me the pleasantries, Dumbledore. You have explaining to do. The headmaster accepted this rebuke with a graceful nod. Indeed I do. To all of you. He conjured additional chairs with a wave of his wand, creating a small semicircle around Harry's bed. Please sit. This may take some time. Over the next hour, Dumbledore provided a complete account of the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, its placement at Hogwarts, the protections designed by various professors, his suspicions about Quirrell, and his deliberate absence the night Voldemort made his move. You knew? Harry interrupted, incredulous. You knew Quirrell would try that night? I strongly suspected. Dumbledore corrected. When I received an allegedly urgent message from the Ministry, one that could not be verified when I arrived there, I realized it was likely a diversion. I returned to Hogwarts immediately, but not before checking certain monitoring charms I had placed on the third-floor corridor, which revealed students entering the forbidden area. Bellatrix said acidly. Students you had specifically instructed to avoid unnecessary risks. Harry winced at her tone. We tried to contact you through the mirror, he explained. It wouldn't work. Because of the enhanced anti-communication wards I established around Gryffindor Tower, Dumbledore admitted. A precaution that, in retrospect, created more problems than it solved. You think? Bellatrix's sarcasm could have etched glass. We did try to get a professor. Hermione added quickly, clearly trying to mitigate Harry's punishment. Harry sent an owl to Professor McGonagall, which was intercepted. Dumbledore revealed. Presumably by Quirrell himself, who had prepared thoroughly for his attempt. The point. Bellatrix cut in. Is that Harry nearly died facing a threat that should have been eliminated months ago. Quirrell should have been removed the moment his connection to the Dark Lord was suspected. Perhaps, Dumbledore conceded. But in doing so, we would have lost the opportunity to understand how Voldemort was maintaining his tenuous existence, and what methods he might employ to return again. Knowledge at the expense of children's safety. Bellatrix's voice was cold. A calculation I find difficult to accept, Dumbledore. The headmaster looked genuinely regretful. I understand your anger, Bellatrix. It is entirely justified. I made a grave miscalculation in believing Harry would follow instructions to avoid the corridor entirely. You clearly don't know my godson. Came a new voice from the hospital wing entrance. Everyone turned to see Sirius Black standing in the doorway, thin and haggard from his years in Azkaban, but unmistakably alive and free. Harry stared in shock. Sirius? Bellatrix rose from her chair, her expression a complex mixture of emotions. They released you 3 days ago, Sirius confirmed, approaching the bed with slightly unsteady steps. After Pettigrew was captured trying to flee the country. Apparently, news of Voldemort's latest failure sent the rat scurrying for safer territory. Peter Pettigrew is alive? Ron exclaimed. But how? A story for another time. Dumbledore interjected gently. For now, let us focus on Harry's recovery and the more immediate concerns. Harry could barely process this new development. His godfather, the man he believed imprisoned for betraying his parents, was not only innocent but now free. It was overwhelming after everything else that had happened. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked Bellatrix. "I wanted to be certain the Ministry would actually follow through with his release before giving you false hope," she replied. The wheels of wizarding justice turn erratically at best. Sirius reached the bedside, his gray eyes fixed on Harry with intense emotion. "You look so much like James," he said softly. "Except the eyes, my mother's eyes," Harry finished with a small smile. "I've heard that before. I have so much to tell you," Sirius continued. "So much to explain." "When you're better, when he's better," Bellatrix interrupted. "He's coming home for the summer, where he'll be safe and supervised while recovering from this ordeal." "Home," Sirius repeated, a hint of challenge in his voice. "Grimmauld Place, you mean?" "My family home, technically." Tension crackled between the cousins, two powerful personalities with a complicated shared history, both with legitimate claims to Harry's guardianship. "Perhaps," Dumbledore suggested diplomatically, "this discussion would be better continued in private, after Harry has had more time to recover?" Bellatrix looked ready to object, but Harry spoke first. "I'd like that. I have questions for both of you, lots of questions. But right now," he grimaced as a wave of fatigue washed over him, "I'm still pretty tired." "Of course you are," Hermione said immediately, ever protective. "You need rest, not family drama." Ron snorted at her bluntness, while Sirius actually laughed, a rusty sound, as if he were out of practice. "Fair point, Miss Granger. The family drama can wait." He glanced at Bellatrix. "Can it, cousin?" After a moment's hesitation, she nodded curtly. "Rest," she instructed Harry. "We'll continue this conversation when you're stronger." She stood, gathering her cloak. "I need to inform Andromeda of these developments. She's been beside herself with worry. Please give her my best," Dumbledore said politely, "and assure her that Harry will make a full recovery." As the adults prepared to leave, Harry reached out to grasp Bellatrix's hand, stopping her. "Aunt Bella? Thank you. For coming. For staying." Something flickered in her dark eyes, vulnerability, perhaps, or simple exhaustion. "Always," she said quietly. "Whatever happens next, whatever arrangements are made, I will always come when you need me." It wasn't quite, "I love you." Bellatrix rarely used those words, but Harry understood the sentiment behind her promise. After everything they'd been through together, after all the ways she had protected and prepared him, their bond transcended conventional definitions of family. As the hospital wing emptied, leaving Harry alone with Ron and Hermione, he felt a strange mixture of emotions: relief that the immediate danger had passed, curiosity about his godfather's unexpected appearance, and uncertainty about what these new developments might mean for his unusual family structure. "Well," Ron said into the thoughtful silence, "that was intense. Your godfather and your aunt looked about ready to duel over custody rights." "Ron!" Hermione scolded, though Harry just laughed weakly. "It's fine," he assured her. "They'll work it out. They have to, their family too, in their way." And that, Harry realized, was the heart of everything he had learned this year. Family wasn't defined by blood alone, but by choices. Bellatrix had chosen to protect him when she turned against Voldemort. Andromeda had chosen to welcome a Muggle-born orphan into their home alongside the boy who lived. Ron and Hermione had chosen to stand with him against dangers far beyond what first-year students should face. Even Dumbledore, in his imperfect way, had chosen to give Harry the space to prove himself rather than simply treating him as a child to be sheltered. As he drifted back towards sleep, comforted by his friend's presence, Harry thought about the Mirror of East and what he might have seen had he looked into it before it shattered. Not just his birth parents now, he suspected, but the entire complicated, contradictory family he had gathered around him, both those bound by blood and those connected by something equally powerful: choice. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.